Well, that would be good. Attendance, Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
John Kriz.
Here.
Chris Herring is out, you said? Yeah. John Engel is not here yet. Alan Swerdlow.
Here.
Tom Benton.
Here.
Eric Knowles.
Here.
Christina Larson.
Here.
Megan Mensching.
Here.
And Bill Pratt.
Here.
Great. Okay. So first item on the agenda, this is 0 North Wilton Road, a subdivision. Upon application of William Pollock and Keith Simpson Associates, authorized agent for DeForest Road Developers LLC, care of HT Partners LLC, owners, for a 2-lot subdivision of an 8.94 acre parcel in the 4-acre zone at 0 North Wilton Road, map 47, block 124, lot 1. Evening, everyone. Turn your microphones on. Just hold the button until it goes green. Right in front. Gotta press hard. There you go. And one more there, Keith. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Keith Simpson, landscape architect. I'm here with Bill Pollock from my office, who's also a landscape architect. I'm with Michael Sweeney, who's the attorney for the client. And this is a request for subdivision of this property up on North Wilton Road. If you were going up North Wilton Road, it's the last property just before you go over the town line into Wilton. And we have 8.5 acres up there, which is mostly dry land. And we feel that it is, as it's in the 4-acre zone, that it should be subdividable into 2 properties. And so with that, I will ask Bill Pollock here if he can tell you how we feel it complies with all of the requirements for 4-acre lots in that zone.
Thank you, Keith. Yeah, Bill Pollock, landscape architect with Keith Simpson Associates. I'm trying to log into the Zoom to display our plan, but I can't seem to connect to the town's Wi-Fi and net. My hotspot is also not working at the moment. Go. Okay. And if we can share. Okay.
Almost there.
Thank you for your patience. Okay. So on the screen, we have the proposed subdivision. Is that better? Okay, technology. So on the screen, we have our proposed 2-lot subdivision. You can see North Wilton Road to the top of the page to the north. The heavy lines represent the 2 lots. To the left is the west lot located or noted as parcel 1A, about 4.9 acres. On the east side is parcel 1B, about a little over 4 acres. Further to the east is actually the town of Wilton. So it joins or abuts, excuse me, the town of Wilton As Keith mentioned, each property meets the zoning regulations. Each property has enough lot width and frontage. The plan shows the lot circles on each parcel, and each circle also has greater than 50% contiguous dry land. You'll see the two colors there. To the north of the sheet, the top of the sheet is green. That's all upland area, and the sort of yellow green is area that's designated as wetlands. But we did do feasibility studies, including septic testing, to show that a house with septic and well and drainage does all fit on both parcels. And if they were to be developed in the future. Currently, they're not proposed to be developed as part of this application. I think that's.
And we have adequate frontage on North Wilton Road for each of the lots separately.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah.
Commissioners? Any questions?
You're providing, I'm assuming, a 50-foot setback from the wetlands?
Yes, when these would be developed, it'd be a 50-foot regulated area from the wetlands. That's right.
Because Westcog, I saw, recommended 100-foot. I know that's not a regulation, but.
Yeah. That's right. But the feasibility studies we did, there's still plenty of room with the current 50-foot regulated area wetlands.
And the inland wetland agency, Kathleen Allen, is well aware of the proposal, the application, and has said that she's not concerned about it, and knows that if and when the time comes for these lots to be built on, then there would be applications to the inland wetland at that time.
And so inland wetlands didn't, well, it wouldn't hear in subdivision, right? Okay. Never mind then.
And health has already approved septic location and.
Yes, the health department was out when we did testing with the engineering team. They were out on site to observe the testing, and plans were submitted. The feasibility studies were submitted to the health department with no issues.
Got it. Okay. Commissioners, anything additional? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Satisfies all the conditions of a subdivision. Sarah, is there anything particular we need to worry about?
No, I mean, this is just a approval of lines on paper, frankly. When the proposed development does eventually go through, it'll be further vetted through all town departments.
Okay. Okay. Anything further from the applicants?
I think so. No, thank you.
No public comment on this one, right? But we can vote on it immediately. Okay. So it's okay with you guys? I'll close the hearing and we'll call to vote.
Sure, thank you.
Commissioners, any further deliberation or comments? And if not, do I hear a motion?
Commissioner Chris, I move we approve the two-lot subdivision. Reasons being that it meets all of the criteria we have for subdivisions in this area.
Okay.
Could you just confirm who's seated for this application? I think both can be, but just want to make it clear for the record.
We are missing, yeah, all three altered. How two? Oh yeah, no, two. That's right. So we'll have Christina and Megan seated for this one.
Megan and Bill.
Permanent.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Christina's permanent. That's right. So it'd be Megan and Bill.
A second motion?
No.
Good. To vote, Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Kriz,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Eric Knowles,
Yes.
Christina Larson,
Yes.
and Megan Menching,
Yes.
and Bill Pratt.
Yes.
Fully approved. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Pretty straightforward. Okay. Next item, this is continued from the previous meeting, 635 Frogtown Road. Upon application of Stephen Finn, Wolfsey Rosen Kuriansky LLP, authorized agent for New Canaan Country School, owners for a special permit approval pursuant to section 64G and 65B4 to permit soil disturbance in excess of 10,000 square feet, grading of material in excess of 1,000 cubic yards, and the construction of a retaining wall, portions of which will exceed 4 feet in height in connection with the alteration of 3 existing athletic fields, 2 of which will be converted to artificial turf on property in the 2-acre zone at 635 Frogtown Road, map 25, block 12, lot 160. Evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. May I begin?
Of course.
For the record, my name is Steve Finn, and with me is Aaron Cooper, head of school, and John Neal, head of operations at New Canaan Country School. When we were last before you on March 31st, I believe, the hearing on this matter was held open in order for the applicant to submit more detailed information regarding the use of the subject fields. We provided that information on April 10th to the town planner and to the neighbor's attorney, Mr. Green, at the same time. I'm pleased to report that subsequent to the submission of that document, meetings between representatives of the neighbors and Aaron Cooper and John Neal of the country school took place, which led to an agreement between the New Canaan Country School and their neighbors regarding the use of the fields. So I'm pleased to report that as requested by the commission, the neighbors and New Canaan Country School reached a compromise about the field use, and that issue has been totally resolved. I believe that the town planner, Sarah Carey, also got a call from one of the neighbors, maybe Mr. Metler, confirming that an agreement had been reached.
Great. Wonderful news. Thank you.
Yes, great news. There is one neighbor who is a party to that agreement regarding usage, who reserves the right to voice his concern about the possible environmental impacts of the fields. That is Mr. Mountford, who voiced his concerns at the last hearing on March 31st, 2026, and also sent in an email, I believe on April 22nd or April 23rd, to Sarah, expressing additional concerns about the environment. I believe the commission has already heard the concerns from the neighbors about environmental concerns and basically came to the conclusion that in the context of this application, that it's not really within the purview of this commission to examine that issue. And I'm happy to repeat the reasons that we've gone through with regard to that issue if you'd like. There are a number of reasons why I think that's not appropriate. And I'm happy to go through those, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like. But I thought at the last hearing, you basically indicated that you thought that was not something that was going to be addressed in the context of this application.
And we've been advised by council of the same, in that the environmental component of it is not something that's under our purview. And, you know, it would require other agencies and other state and local agencies to weigh in on it, which the only one at this point has been health, wetlands, who stated that there is no impact to the wetlands that are beyond this to the east. So,
yeah, I will mention, because look, we understand that neighbors have environmental concerns. We really do, but I think here it has been fully vetted in the context of other fields in New Canaan that are going to have the exact same materials as these artificial turf fields. So this issue has already been looked at very, very closely by this commission and others. In addition, Chris Hulk, who is the engineer from Field Turf, who is most familiar with the components of this field, testified early on in the context of this application that the artificial turf will be free of PFAS, will have virgin rubber, not crumb rubber, and will not leach heavy metals into the surrounding areas. And Tom Nelson of McCord Engineering stated at the first hearing that all the systems are designed for water quality treatment. The town engineer has signed off, Inland Wetlands has signed off, and the Department of Health have all signed off on this application. Lastly, again, to assuage the concerns of New Canaan Country School neighbors, I'll point out one other thing, and that is Tom Nelson, who is the engineer for the project, has mentioned previously that the Connecticut DEEP has expanded its general permit for discharge stormwater, and that would likely apply to the Canaan Country School, and that as of December 1st, 2026, that DEP policy will require annual monitoring and reporting of stormwater discharge, and annual monitoring of all the stormwater outfalls includes pollutants such as oil and grease, metals, nutrients, TSS, COD, bacteria, and chloride. And those results are supposed to be submitted electronically online to the DEP. So again, there is going to be monitoring by an appropriate agency with regard to this site. So other than that, I want to again state on the record what we've previously stated, that New Canaan Country School is agreeable to the two conditions in Sarah's latest planner's memo, which has to do with providing an as-built survey, and also that no permanent or temporary lighting to extend field usage into nighttime hours is permitted. So again, we're perfectly fine with those conditions. So with that, unless someone has questions for me or our team, I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Further questions?
These things getting resolved.
Yeah, that is very good to hear. Okay. You have anything further?
I'm all set.
So we're done with public comment on this. We can close this application and continue to vote unless you have anything further.
No, I mentioned this the last time, and I know you have to follow your own procedure, but it would be wonderful if we could get a decision on this tonight, because they want to get the fields, they have to order the materials, and there's a window of opportunity to build the fields in order not to lead to too much disruption at the school. So that's a request.
Just before we vote, in the letter, I didn't see anything. Was there also agreement and resolution on the scoreboard and the sound? Okay, thank you.
And I'll add one more thing, and that is that there is the New Canaan Country School is going to provide the neighbors with a direct contact at the school. So if there are problems, they can reach out directly to someone and get fairly prompt response.
Okay. Anything further, applicants? Commissioners? Nope. Okay, this application is closed.
You can vote now.
You can vote now, right? Yeah. Commissioners, any other further comments or questions? The two conditions we have are the no speaker or speaker system or announcement on the field. We know that there's going to be whistles and so on, but no PA system. And then no lights on the field, no nighttime illumination.
Was speakers a condition that we talked about?
Sorry?
But that was
I thought that was
privately
in the
agreed with the
agreement.
neighbors. I thought it was just the lighting in the as-built survey.
Oh, that was all? The speakers are okay?
There's an agreement with regard to that issue in the agreement with the neighbors.
Okay. Then it's just those two. That's the lights and the survey.
Correct.
Anything further, commissioners? We'll call to vote then.
Oh, we need to make a
Need a
motion.
motion.
Yeah, we need a motion. Who's gonna,
I'll move. It's all
Motion.
right, Mr. Chairman. As Commissioner Chris, I move we approve the application. The changes to the field that are contemplated in the application will provide enhanced recreational and athletic opportunities for many people in the town and community building actions, which are consistent with our POCD. I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, that there will be two conditions to this approval. First, that the as-built survey will confirm that the upgraded fields and associated structures comply with the 35-foot setback requirements. Another condition would be that no permanent or temporary lighting be installed to extend field usage into the nighttime hours.
Make a motion to second.
second?
Appreciate you working things out with the neighbors. You guys did it the right way. Took time, and that's appreciated. I also, although it's not in our purview, I'm glad to hear about the reporting that's going to be required. I think that'll be good for everyone.
It's a win-win for everyone.
Yep.
Great.
Everybody happy.
Yeah. Okay, call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Kriz,
Yes.
Alan Swedlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Eric Knowles,
Yes.
Christina Larson,
Yes.
Megan Menching,
Yes.
and Bill Pratt.
Yes.
Approval. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Should we wait for them or? Krista and Eric just stepped out.
Sneaky.
Let's give it a pause for a couple minutes. There may have been a bio break necessary. Sure. Alrighty, next application, 30 Parade Hill. Upon application of Amy Suchins, McDermott, Reynolds, Glissman, PC, authorized agent for GHF Parade Hill Road LLC owners for site plan approval pursuant to section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes to construct a 14-unit residential structure in the B residence and half-acre zones at 30 Parade Hill, map P, block 42, lot 852. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Amy Suchins for the record. Just wanted to kind of recap where we are and where I think we left off and what's happened since the last meeting. At the conclusion of the last meeting, there were some, we had requested if there were specific commission questions that those be forwarded to us. We did submit responses to those questions that we did receive. There were also some questions that came up during the hearing about various site details or development issues. We had submitted alternative elevation with some additional alternative materials, color schemes, and then also an updated landscaping plan. We also submitted some information with respect to the viability of an elevator in the development. There were 2 letters on that. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight was that we had made a number of representations over the course of the 2 meetings previously about things that would be issues for draft conditions of approval. So we did submit a list of the things that we had noted that would be things that we could incorporate. In the last couple of days, we've also reviewed the Hardesty and Hanover peer review came in this morning. the Bubaris traffic letter that was submitted by one of the nearby property owners. We also got late this afternoon stormwater comments on behalf of an adjacent neighbor from Redness and Mead. There was also a letter submitted from Cohen and Wolf on behalf of a couple of the neighbors. And then we'd seen various other public comments that had been submitted. I wanted to make one point of clarification that was in the staff memo. The memo seemed to indicate that we were proceeding exclusively on what we've characterized as the 26-point plan. I think where that came from was the draft deed restriction that we had included referenced the 26-point plan. That was intended to be a sample. There's been no decision, obviously, about the which affordability model we're proceeding under. Both of them are still in play. Obviously, if you were to deny, we would proceed under what was the 10-point plan. So I just wanted to make that clear that we had not selected one or the other at this point. And then just to turn to the 2 points that we wanted to affirmatively address tonight, our project engineer, Derek Donnet, is here to address some of the comments that had been received both in the Redness and Mead letter, and then anything that was outstanding with respect to kind of stormwater and those kind of design issues. And then we also have a representative who's a current resident at the Wilton Road project in Westport who wanted to speak tonight. So those were our 2 affirmative presenters. Otherwise, we understand that we were here for commission questions if there were additional things from the public. I did see in the neighbor letter that Mr. Bubaris did plan on speaking or wanted the opportunity to speak tonight. So we understand that that may happen. We'd want the opportunity to respond to anything there. But otherwise, we have the entire team here to answer any questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Derek on a couple of the technical items.
Good evening, members of the commission. Once again, my name is Derek Donnet. I'm a professional engineer from DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. And so first I'll start off with some of the public comments from the last hearing that regards to drainage impacts and drainage concerns that some of the neighbors had. One of them, and I had submitted a letter in already responding to these as a formal submission. So, but I'll just quickly review some of these. One to do, some of the neighbors commented about the rear yard and the wetness of it after a rain event. Were there any flooding concerns? Under existing conditions, the rear yard of the subject property is very flat, and you have the property to the west that kind of drains down towards it. And it's just because it's flat, you have the little undulation. So after a big rain event, that part of the yard stays wet. Under proposed conditions, we have some slight regrading in the back just to pitch up and down towards some proposed yard drains. So with the addition of the yard drains and the slight regrading in the back, there won't be any of that nuisance ponding on a flat site anymore. So we've addressed that concern in our proposed design. Another comment that came up had to do with, although our property is outside the flood zone, the nearby 5 Mile River, which the flood heights vary depending on where you are, and was there concern with our drainage system tying into the Parade Hill Road drainage system, which discharges into the river. If the river floods to a certain height and the Parade Hill Road drainage system backs up, how will that adversely impact our property and people have concerns about with the basement flood and stuff? So I looked at the FEMA, the flood insurance map. They have a flood insurance study, and within that study, they do a river profile for the 5 Mile River, and they show in there the different storm events, such as the base flood, the 100-year flood event, and what is the elevation. So looking where the Parade Hill Road storm drainage system discharges into the river, which is just upstream of the Route 123 bridge, that area there, the elevation is around elevation 273 feet for the base flood. That's, that extreme 100-year event. That's how high the water surface elevation would be theoretically in that area. Our residential building, the lowest level, excuse me, is higher than that, up at 274.6. So we're higher than that. The window well elevations with their yard drains are even higher at 276.1. So we're higher than the base flood, but the main thing is if the pipes start backing up. Now, Parade Hill Road has a low spot just downstream of our property. And the catch basins there, which are graded catch basins, are more at elevation 272. So if it's not like a solid pipe going all the way up to the property, it has openings that the catch basin would surcharge first. Hold on, wait for him.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So anyway, we have a couple things. We're higher than the base flood elevation in all aspects of our design, and also the catch basins of the road would surcharge first. So it wouldn't be like it'd be backing straight up into our property. It'd be coming out the road as it would currently do during a flood of that type of magnitude. So in our opinion, the base flood event would not adversely impact our proposed building. Another person had a question about fire trucks outrigging supports. So fire truck pulls up the main driveway and it's gonna set these the outriggers out, and these supported on the driveway. And we have a proposed retention system on the southern end of our driveway. Would the weight of the fire truck rigging support impact that, crush the system? Our system over in that area, as I said, it's on the southern part of the driveway. The outrigger may not even get to our system, depending on the length of it. But if it did cover like the northern part of our system, we have about 3 feet of cover over our system, 2 layers of asphalt, process aggregate, plus the system design. These are heavy duty cul-de-sac systems, so they're vehicle rated. They're wrapped in crushed stone and fabric. The combination of all of these would disperse and spread the load over that type of height, where the system would not be impacted. So it shouldn't be a problem. Then we got, let's see. So just a comment briefly on the peer review stormwater letter we got today from Redness and Mead. It was hired by the neighbors. And I can go through that just briefly, point by point. I read it, I got it this afternoon, but I read through it, wrote down a few items here. So one of the concerns, so it was 3 neighbors that hired them. The property to the rear, directly to the west, number 17 Hampton Lane, the southwest, number 19 Hampton Lane, and the property to our south, number 20 Parade Hill Road. So their first comment were what would be the potential impacts to number 17 and 19 Hampton Lane? Those are the properties to the rear. These properties, for them, they lie west and southwest and are both uphill of our property. Our proposed development, we don't propose raising any grades along the property line or creating any sort of barrier. Therefore, the flow of overland runoff from number 17 that goes towards the 30 Parade Hill Road property will remain unobstructed, just like it is under existing conditions. And actually, the flow from 19 goes to the back of the neighbor, number 20 Parade Hill Road. So it doesn't even go on to the property. So what we do on our property will have no impact to either of those properties. They're uphill and there's no issues there. So no negative stormwater impacts to either of those properties. In talking about where they drain onto the site, though, there was mention about looking at the increasing the size of the pipes and the yard drains that we were proposing in the backyard. As I mentioned earlier, backyard currently experiences nuisance flooding, but we feel that the size of the pipes we have and the yard drains, in combination of that, will be sufficient in collecting any offsite runoff that is directed toward the rear yard. And it's only an improvement of what we're doing over what's existing conditions now. So there'll be no negative impacts to neighbors of what we're proposing. They had mentioned, let's see, on the northern property line, there's a large 24-inch culvert that runs along the side of the property, just offsite the property. And there's a yard drain in the right-of-way where it goes into. We're proposing to tie some of our rear yard drains, get tied into that. They had a concern about where we're tying in. Would there be potential of that culvert backing up and then backing up the yard drains? With that, the yard drain we're tying into and the culvert is lower by a couple feet than our rear yard drains. And we're tying in high on it. So even if those, if that was running full and there was any surcharge, it's going to come out of that front yard drain. It's not an issue of backing up the rear yard drains or causing any adverse impact to any of the neighbors. And then they wanted to know about possible potential impacts to number 20 Parade Hill Road, which is just to the south of our property. With that, they suggested shifting our proposed retention system in the parking lot to the north further, because right now it's on the southern half of our parking lot. The reason why it's on the southern half is because those are the best soils on the site. We have 2 good test pits in there. They're deep, well-draining soils, best part on the site for a retention system. If we pushed it further north, that's when you start to get to soils that had higher groundwater and modeling seasonal high groundwater levels read in the test pits. So that's an area we'd want to avoid. We want to keep it where we currently have it. That's the best design area. There was a suggestion about increasing the size of the proposed storm drains in the parking lot. Currently, those drains are designed for a minimum of the 25-year event. And actually the one that's the catch basin in the corner by the neighbor to the south, the outlet pipe that goes to the retention system, that can handle over the 100-year event. And it's only an 8-inch pipe. It's not a very large parking lot. And so therefore those pipe sizes are more than adequate to handle the storm events coming to them. There was a question about adding additional access ports over the retention system. We currently have 2. We have them over the 2 inlet chambers, which is where you typically do it, because that's where if you have any debris that got through all the other systems we have and got in there, that's where you would need to clean them. So that's where we have them. That's sufficient. The other chambers would remain fine because there's no direct discharge into those chambers. Let's see. It was asked to increase the size of the catch basin in the southeast corner by the property to the south, and to use a inlet type top. We're currently proposing a catch basin, one of the smaller catch basins, still large enough, in that corner with an inlet type top. But I don't mind doing the quick calculation just to verify that size. I understand their concern, and that's, but from my background of what I've done, that size catch basin is adequate. But that's something that I can do just to verify, just to put everyone's mind at ease when it comes to the final design. The last one, let's see, a couple more. One was about the curbing in the corner over in that corner, same corner, the southeast corner. We're proposing asphalt curbs around. We do have a concrete catch basin proposed over there with an inlet grate. The curbing, when it's installed, will obviously be inspected to make sure it's in good condition. This is a well-maintained piece of property, or going to be a well-maintained piece of property. So it's not just a single homeowner who can usually neglect stuff. This is a managed property. So if there is any future deterioration, it can easily be addressed and repaired. So I feel the asphalt curb is acceptable for this location. Let's see. There was concern regarding the grading of the parking lot area. And right now you've got basically in the handicap area, those parking spaces, it's 2% max per code. The rest of the parking lot we have done in different directions. So as you come up the driveway towards the handicap, that's like a north-south cross pitch, I should say, is a, no, excuse me, east-west cross pitch, sorry about that. East-west cross pitch across the parking lot is close to 5%. It's a little shy of 5%. And the north-south cross pitch along the parking spaces are around 5% also. It's the diagonal steepness that they were raising a question of. But when you park the cars, it's more the north-south cross pitch where you have to deal with the door swinging wide and stuff. So this is an acceptable design for the pitches that we're currently showing. They had a question about the existing sump pump discharge. If there's a sump pump and where does it discharge right now? I don't know exactly. I only got this comment recently, so I didn't get to check out there. I did see one pipe that was towards the surface out in the front, so that could be where it discharges into. But either way, what our proposed footing drains will be coming out by gravity. From our test pits in the area of the front part of the building, which is the lower part, we're designed that to be above, the basement to be above groundwater. So therefore, we don't expect there to be a tremendous amount of groundwater going into these footing drains on a regular basis. We have large culverts out in the street, So we don't inspect any groundwater from the footing drains to cause any adverse impacts to the town storm drainage system. And then a stormwater.
What
sorry.
about the window wells in the back? They are noted as not tying into the retention system. They're tying into the town manhole at a lower elevation.
So what he means by that,
problem?
yep, no. So what he means by that is the window wells that are in the front of the building, they each, because they're sunken in, they'll have a little area drain inside of each of them. And instead of tying those directly into the stormwater retention system, they bypass around. It'd be the same thing, like, because they didn't need to be cleaned. It's not as dirty of a source as, say, like a parking lot. So they didn't have to go through the whole retention system. Plus, because they're at their lower elevation, we wouldn't want to tie the retention system as it fills up where it would back up into the window wells. So that's why those would tie in similar to the footing drain system and just bypass out through.
But if the town system overflows in a heavy rainwater event, then those window wells will.
No, as a same occurrences I was talking about with the 5 Mile River, if it's flooding, if the town system surcharges, it's coming out of the catch basins in the street before it comes out of the window wells.
Okay.
And then there was a request for a stormwater maintenance declaration, which I know we submitted one. I thought that was now the policy. So that's already been submitted in. I believe that is all of everything, but it's still our professional opinion that development as currently designed can be built without adverse impact to the neighbors, public health and safety.
Okay.
Or who's up next?
Thanks.
Hi. Do I have to say my name or anything?
Yes.
Tara
Please.
Welch, 122 Wilton Road, Westport. So I wanted to come before you guys because I live in an affordable unit. But after saying that, I want to say I just live in Westport because there's such a stereotype about saying it's affordable when really it's just a place to live for me and my kids. So a little bit about me. I was a teacher for 14 years, 7 of those years in Westport. I've taught over 500 kids from 6 weeks old to 5 years old. I went to college for early childhood education. I minored in criminal justice, kind of went all over the place there. And then I lived in Bridgeport for 14 years with my kids. They went to Bridgeport public schools. They weren't safe. I was getting phone calls of lockdowns and shootings and anything you can imagine of what you see in a movie is really happening 4 towns over. I got an opportunity for an affordable unit before the one I'm in now. We went from a 1,300 square foot apartment into a studio just to keep my kids safe. It was time to get out. My son's 15, turning 16. He wasn't getting the education where we were, so we sacrificed. Fast forward, we applied to Wilton Road, didn't get it the first time. It filled up. They got so many applicants. Thankfully, a year later, it opened up and I happened to get it. Fast forward, my kid's thriving at Staples. He's a football player. We're starting to do the college recruitment process and showcases. My little one does Westport PAL. To them, I never tell them we live in an affordable apartment. They're never looked at as the kids who have an affordable apartment. I have 6 teenagers at my house randomly on weekends because they don't look at it as affordable. They don't look at us like we're different. When I sign papers, I'm not saying I'm a Westport affordable resident. No, I'm a Westport resident. And I don't think it's fair for anybody in a community to say that families don't deserve to be in a town because it's affordable. You're simply giving an opportunity to families like mine or others to be able to have a good life and to have that safety. So to say that a town doesn't want affordable housing, you're saying you don't want housing for families that need it. That won't have the opportunity unless you give it to them. So if you leave this meeting and you do deny it, or anyone in the town, just know that you're denying kids' lives being better. And that's what it really comes down to. It's not an affordable thing, it's a life thing. And if it wasn't for Wilton Road or Homes for Hope and Westport Park and Rec giving my kids a scholarship for the summer camp so that I could essentially work to be able to pay my rent, because it's affordable for me. But it, just because I don't have a huge house doesn't mean it's not hard. I still live paycheck to paycheck, but I take care of my kids and they're happy and they're safe. I'm not getting phone calls of all these things happening. My son's not scared to ride the bus anymore. My kids are victims of gun violence. My son stood 100 feet from a shooter at a baseball game, out of all places. So now when he comes home and he's safe to be home and he's having his friends over, he's not having his friends at that affordable apartment. No, he's home. And that's what we get to call it because of people like Richard who make these developments to give families a chance. So if you say no to him, and I don't even think it's many units, you're not putting in 500 affordable units. You're giving just a few families a chance to know people that are in New Canaan, which are great people. We play you, maybe you have rivals, but you guys have a great community and it's not what you think for affordable. There's families that want a way out and to better themselves, and that's all you're giving. So I ask that you please do consider it for other families like mine.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask follow-up questions to the?
Of course.
If you don't mind, can I ask a couple follow-up questions?
Yeah.
Because I totally support everything you're saying, and I think it's important for everyone to be in safe areas. And, one of the issues we have, though, is on the parking. You mentioned you have your teenagers have 6 or 7 friends come over on the weekends.
Mhm.
I'm assuming they're driving. Is that correct?
No, they get dropped off or they're walking. Everyone's close distance.
So there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of there with the teenage sons and their friends coming over on play dates. I'm trying to get more clarity on the parking because it seems underserved for the unit. Do you own a car?
I do.
Is your son who's turning 16 own a car?
No.
And do you have people that come over and park?
We have available parking, extra parking spot. I don't know how many
Okay.
off the top of my head because I have an assigned parking spot, but it's never been a thing where someone couldn't come. No one's always ever home. Like no one's ever home at the same time. If they're up late at night or there's an open spot, you just park. Like it's not something I wouldn't turn down in an apartment building for a home to not have a car. You're not sleeping in your car. You need a bed to sleep in. So if you can't have people over because there's no part, like you're going to find a way, whether it's drop off or a situation. But if you're worried about a small parking lot, then you're not worried about the fact of someone having a home. Like I would, if someone said to me, Tara, you could have this place, but you're only going to have one parking spot, or you might not be able to park, I'm probably going to give up my car to have a bed for my kids to sleep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Suchins, anyone else?
That was all we had. As I said, we knew we were here for commission questions or any additional follow-up from whether it's Mr. Barbaris or others. It was also my understanding that there might be other town staff here tonight if there were questions. So we're here at your disposal.
Okay, well, we definitely have questions for you, but I would like to get the town staff, town engineer up here, hear from them. I know there were some neighbor experts that submitted a letter and they wanted to speak tonight, and that's fine. Subsequent to that, whatever lingering public comments there may be, we can then dive into commissioners' questions and details on everything that's been submitted and said, and then go from there.
Sure.
Does that work?
That works.
Okay. So town staff side, Ms. Coplet. Come on up.
And then just so you understand, we have Paul Payne, Fire Marshal here, and then we have our peer reviewer, Greg Del Rio on the traffic side as well.
Good evening. The engineering department reviewed the submission to P&Z for the site plan application for the multifamily residential development of 30 Parade Hill. As part of our assessment, we reviewed the drainage summary report, sanitary sewer connection summary report, and the residential site development plan set, prepared by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, dated December 31st, 2025. DPW Engineering prepared our original comment memo for the proposed 14-unit residential building on March 11th, with supplemental comment added on March 26, 2026. While in our memo, we have requested further clarification on details and minor adjustments to the layout. In general, with the requested modifications, the drainage analysis is consistent with our Town of New Canaan drainage policy. Furthermore, we are awaiting the results of the applicant's investigations of the existing sanitary sewer main, CCTV work, and flow monitoring. Because of the proposed increase in sanitary sewer flows of 4,350 gallons per day, per our sewer use rules and regulations, section 327, change of use, the modification is to be presented to the Water Pollution Control Authority, the WPCA. We have also requested that the applicant demonstrate their refuse pickup approach, including anticipated frequency, volume, and location of yard waste containers. We do believe the remaining comments within our memo to be comprehensive, with outstanding technical items that need to be addressed to satisfy our requirements. Any remaining comments that have not yet been addressed would be sufficient to be completed as a condition required prior to building permit application submission. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? No? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Payne? Hello, sir. Good.
Good evening, Commissioners. So I performed a site plan review on this along with our Fire Chief, Albie Bassett. The items that we had, I'm going to read along with the comments from the applicant. On the original plans, we asked that they show the distances from the roof ladder turret and the distance to Parade Hill Road, from Parade Hill Road to the building. So from the turret to each corner of the building, the response from the applicant is the fire truck turning radius plan has been revised to now include these distances, which they did. I sent our ladder 3 specifications to the applicant. That is our largest apparatus. It is the most difficult to maneuver. So we asked that they use our ladder on their turning radius plan, which they did. We requested a fire hydrant within the site in compliance with the fire safety code. The response from the applicant: a proposed fire hydrant has been added to the site plan along the northern side of the parking lot. A note has been added to coordinate the final location of the fire hydrant with the fire marshal. I noted also that the water supply, both domestic and fire protection, were not shown. The response from the applicant: the proposed water service into the site has been revised to now show the separate fire and domestic services. Requested also was a hydrant flow test analysis for the nearest hydrant to be performed, and the fire marshal to be present during testing. The applicant's response: the applicant is aware of this comment, as in the process of coordinating the flow test. The fire marshal's office will be notified prior to testing. I was also told by our town planner, Sarah Carey, that there was some discussion about possibly a drivable curb where the painted island was. I would look forward to discussing that with the applicant. We do have concerns about that. Just driving over anything could be problematic. Have questions about snow removal. But I do look forward to having that discussion with the applicant. That being said, we still reserve the right to do a comprehensive plan review when the application comes in for building permit. But at this point in time, the fire marshal's office does not object to this project.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions for the fire commissioner?
Yeah, I have one. It's Commissioner Chris. Fire Marshal Payne, just to be sure I understood, the island at the ingress and egress of the site for the splitting of traffic, your preference from a fire safety perspective would be that it's painted as opposed to raised?
Correct. The way it was proposed was acceptable to us, a painted island in the middle. As I said, there has been some discussion about a drivable curb, and we'll reserve judgment on that until I have the application, the discussion with the applicant. But we would prefer not to have to. We're going to need with ladder 3, we're going to need the entire width of that opening to get into the site, making a turn off of Parade Hill Road. So we will be driving over that curb.
So just to be clear, if there is a curb island, would that change your view on approval or not approval?
That would change the view, yeah.
So it's a deal breaker if I'm put in plain language, sorry.
A curb would be a deal breaker. I'm not terribly familiar with a drivable curb. I can't picture one that I've seen, and like I said, I would like to have that conversation with the applicant. And at the end of the day, we would much prefer, regardless, the painted island that was proposed originally.
Understood. Thank you, Fire Marshal Payne.
You're very welcome.
Can I ask a follow-up question, but it's actually directed to Maria Coplet? Does the engineering department have any opinion about a drivable curve or a painted exit at this location because of traffic and site issues? No? Okay. Thank you.
Just because she wasn't on a microphone, Maria Coplet said no.
Yeah, she said no.
Commissioners, any additional questions for the fire marshal? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And then, did you say we have someone from Cohen and Wolf or?
Hardesty in Hanover, our traffic consultant.
Yep. On screen?
Yes. Greg, can you hear us?
I just unmuted. Yep, I can hear you.
Great, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Greg Del Rio, professional engineer, state of Connecticut, for the record. Chief traffic engineer for Hardesty in Hanover. So we reviewed the traffic study by KHW on that was dated March 2026, and we also reviewed the site plan dated March 25th, 2026. We provided a peer review memo yesterday summarizing our review. So from a traffic generation and a traffic circulation standpoint, there was they followed standard methodologies for the state of Connecticut. As far as trip generation, as far as collecting the data, as far as reviewing crash data, there were only 2 crashes. They weren't in over 5 years adjacent to the site. Both crashes were no serious injuries or fatalities. They didn't include pedestrians or bicyclists, and they were just sort of random accidents. The trip generation is very low and not anticipated to, have any issues with circulation or congestion in the area. It's not going to add to it. It's 5 to 6 trips over the peak hour. So it's very, very low as far as trip generation goes. They are restricting that left turn out of the site due to the sight lines to the right, that curvature of the road. You don't have enough sight line to see cars coming, make the left in a safe manner. So that's why they're restricting the left turns exiting and deflecting traffic to the right. So that brings us, that's the traffic impacts. Then we really kind of focus in more on the site plan itself. Give me a second. And so the site plan, the issues with the site plan had to do with the driveways and the parking is what we focus on from the traffic and parking point of view. They're providing 16 parking spaces, as you know, with 14 units, which is about 1.14 spaces per unit. It's on the low side for even affordable housing in Connecticut. We have seen those approved in other municipalities at 1.14, but typically they're surrounded by areas where you can have some off-street on-street parking. 1.3 is typically the number that they shoot for as far as parking supply. So it's tight in the number of spaces, and then the layout of the driveways and the parking lot physically is also pretty tight. Pushing the limits. So you have 90-degree parking, but you only have the minimum width is usually it's 24 feet. You can go down to 23, sometimes 22, especially if you have overhang where you can kind of pull the car a little further over the curb. And that gives you a little bit of relief on the drive aisle itself. So it is tight just getting in and out of there. And then the 20-foot wide driveway is also a little narrow, especially considering, the low volume of parking spaces and the ability to make U-turns and get back out of there, and deliveries, contractors, all that type of activity that might be happening. To have a 20-foot, it doesn't leave space to get around a second car. So if we could get it up to 24, that sort of gives you 3 8-foot lanes. And let's see, if someone's, waiting for a parking spot, for example, and someone needs to get in and out, it helps with the circulation a little bit. And then we went over the issues that the fire department just summarized. So we defer to them as far as fire truck access, et cetera. So that's a summary of our review.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Commissioner Menching. I have a question about the trip generation, and I had it for the applicant's traffic study as well. And I apologize if I missed this, but is the 5 or 6 in and outs estimated on like a percentage, like average of the units in the spaces, or how is that determined? Well, it's for him too, but.
Is that a question for me or for the applicant's engineer?
Both of you have that number, and I'm just curious, like how you get 5 or 6 out of 16 spaces.
Right. So we refer to a manual of a trip generation manual, and that's the standard methodology, and that's what, for example, state DOT would require. So that's the standard that we all use. It's the reference book that says for this type of development during the peak hour, there are so many trips being generated.
And that percentage is usually taken on a parking, like the total number of parking spaces, assuming that there might be multiple spaces for each unit.
So we're, just to be clear, there's two different things. There's trip generation, which is the 5 or 6 trips in and out. And then there's parking generation, which is a lot of people like conflate them and bring them together. They are completely, totally separate and different issues. So,
right.
you know,
I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like
yeah, a lot of people
spaces. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's a parking lot with 14 spaces. That's 14 trips in the hour," and that's not how it works.
Yeah, and I guess I'm curious why it wouldn't work that way when there's only one spot.
Well, because think about it, right? Even if you and you know, you're living with somebody and you both have cars, do you both leave and come back in 1 hour?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. In this scenario, right. Only, you know, everyone only has one lot. So technically, you know, even if 50% of the households are leaving in the morning during traffic, that's still 8. That's 8,
right.
You know, 8
So
trips.
it's closer to 0.4, some number like that, right? So that's what it is for a affordable housing unit. So it's very specific to the land use.
Okay.
If I could just, in a layman's explanation, what you're looking at is a peak hour.
Right.
So based on the total, so the assumption is that if you have, you know, and it's typical, you know, historically, leaving for work, coming home,
right.
You might have somebody who's leaving for work at 7, and that trip is going to get counted there. But it may turn out that more people are leaving for work at 8, and that's the peak hour. So what you're looking at for the peak, for traffic congestion and analysis purposes, is what's the hour of the day, and there's always a morning and an afternoon, and then same thing on the weekends, that has the highest number of vehicles leaving in that particular hour. Right. So it's not to say that that all 14 vehicles might be leaving in the morning.
Right.
Somebody could work at night or whatever, but what you're looking at is what's happening in that busiest hour of the day. Right. And that is, as Mr. Del Rio noted, and as in Mr. Hua's report, it's based on the land use code and the use that's occurring. So it's different for affordable housing, it's different for multifamily, it's different for restaurant, it's different for different types of retail. It's different even among a fast food restaurant versus a Dunkin' Donuts,
right,
are all different categories. And it's all, again, based on that peak hour.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just to clarify why I'm asking, I understand that scenario, and actually thank you for clarifying it further. I'm wondering, because usually when you take those estimates, you're assuming that, you know, if, you know, one half of the family is leaving at one time, apologies, and the other half of the family, whatever that looks like, is leaving at a different time. But in a scenario where every unit only has one lot, wouldn't that be more congested in a scenario where things are then shifted? But I understand.
Right. But I think what you're assuming everybody's leaving at the same time, and that's leading to congestion. Right. You're still left with the same number of vehicles.
Yes, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
What about your comment on the just before your findings in terms of the typical affordable housing developments in Connecticut having a minimum of 1.3 spaces? Yet here we have 1.14 per unit. 1.3 would get us to 18 parking spots on the lot, which would then give a bit of a buffer for visitors and deliveries and everything else. I just see, even if we were at the currently proposed 14 spots with the single handicap and the single visitor, all you need is one Amazon truck come in there to completely bottleneck that parking lot. There's no pull-aside area, there's no loading zone, there's no, without doing a 5-point turn, there's no way for that truck to get out and they're not going to reverse out.
Is that a question for me or Mr. Del Rio?
It's kind of for both of you. Yeah, Mr. Del Rio, you made that comment under site plan review comments. What do you in affordable housing unit developments throughout the state of Connecticut, you're seeing a higher parking count, correct?
In general, but we did see them, as I mentioned in there. I said, you know, we did have approvals with 1.14 as well. And you know, there is no minimum requirement for affordable housing parking. So
Right.
this is where it falls into the gray area, and you have to determine whether it's, you know, considered safe.
Understood. But considering the configuration of this parking lot and the, let's call it the bare minimum of parking spots provided, would a different configuration of the parking area, including what I described as a loading zone or a delivery zone or something else to facilitate better circulation within the site, would that be advisable?
Yeah, it was in my last paragraph. The applicant should note where deliveries will take place on site. That's I was saying. Maybe I wasn't so clear on that, but that's what I was trying to imply.
I was just leading the witness. That's fine. Okay. Commissioners, anything for Mr. Del Rio? Okay.
I have a question for him.
Sure.
Mr. Del Rio, are you familiar with the parking regulation in New Canaan for the Millport zone?
If there's special parking for that zone, not off the top of my head, no, but.
Okay. So you're not familiar, just to be clear, you're not familiar with the regulation and what it requires for parking?
It's it's 2 spaces for regular housing. It's 2 spaces per unit.
Okay, and so if I told you that the Millport zone requires 1 space per unit, are you familiar? You're saying you're not familiar with that regulation currently in effect in New Canaan? Okay.
That's correct.
And when you mentioned that there were other developments where you've seen a parking ratio similar to what we have here, what towns were those in?
Fairfield.
Okay. Was that for the Pine Tree development?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you.
Point on the Millport. Ms. Carey, didn't we have a letter from the Housing Authority?
The chairman of the Housing Authority submitted a letter for the record about the Millport housing development. Yes.
Where is that in the?
I believe it's in letters in response to the application.
Gotcha. And that's where he addressed the deficiencies in that particular development. Sorry, I'm trying to get it in front of me. Is it coming from Scott Hobbs or is it coming from someone else?
I believe it's
Apologize for the delay. I don't see it in there.
Yeah, I didn't see it in there either. I
So,
need to search.
To that point, not in there right now.
No.
So we did the Millport development at 1 parking spot per unit, and it's caused severe problems over the last few years in terms of parking, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And that the letter, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what the letter from the Housing Authority identified, is that they're continuing to struggle with lack of parking on the site, illegal parking around the site, on the road, on the park, on the greens, on the grass. And that's a condition we want to avoid here.
And I would suggest to you that is, if there are people parking illegally, that's an enforcement issue. You have the police department and others, just like you could if it were to happen here. We don't think it will. I think it's frankly a substantially smaller development as well.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately it's a question of enforcement. The one difference that I think we've been very clear about is the fact that we are limiting residents to a single car So as you heard from Tara earlier, if the choice is housing or car, she's giving up her car. And that's true and consistent with what you heard at the last meeting, that what we see is that the residents in our developments or the developments that Mr. Friedman has implemented don't have an issue with the parking because they're not parking at 1-to-1. So I don't think it'll be an issue here. And if Millport's having a problem, number one, it's in your regulations, you approved it. And number two, they could enforce it.
The Wilton Road development in Westport, how many units are in that?
I believe it's 19.
19. How many parking spots on that site?
31.
Proof positive.
Wilton Road development, is that on the corner of Kings Highway?
Yes. Right, that empty lot that
I know
slopes to the river.
very well, and the reason I asked is that the project there resembles in some ways.
It does.
Are they all 2- and 3-bedroom units?
It's 4 1s, 7 3, 8 2s, and 7 3s.
Thank you.
And was there a lease restriction of 1 parking spot per unit there?
I don't believe there is. I can tell you now that it's done, and I believe Helen is here, it's overparked. We didn't need that many spaces.
Yeah, sorry, you have to come back to the microphone.
Yeah, we just can't. Nobody can hear you from back there.
Do I have to say my name again?
Yes.
Sure.
22 Wilton Road, Westport. So on my lease, I get 1 vehicle per adult, which is just me. So I have my 1 spot. It is assigned. And then if you're not on the lease, you don't get a parking spot. If there is a case where people have more, that's not the case. And you're also talking about affordable housing. I'm not in a position where I'm going to have this 2 nice cars sitting outside. So again, it comes down to, and people who are applying for these apartments, if they know they could only have 1 car, if someone has 2 cars, they're just not going to apply, and another family who needs it will take it. It's if you have 2 cars and you're told you could only have 1, you're not going to. Same thing with the house. If you want a 3-car garage because you have 3 cars and it only has 2, you're not going to rebuild your whole house to fit another car. You're going to find a house that will fit your car. Well, in a real world where you have to decide,
in
not
the real world, it depends.
Yeah.
Everyone addresses it differently.
Yeah, the other point I want to make, I'm trying to bring up the site plans for Wilton Road, is I believe about 10 of those spaces, so 10 of the 31 spaces or 9 of the 31 spaces are tandem. So if you had 2 cars, that means you have to assign 2 spaces to 1 unit. So there's really only, I think, 22 individual places where you can pull in. If you restrict the tenants to 1 car, all those spaces become superfluous, right? Those spaces are there in case a tenant has 2 cars, because that's the only way you could use that extra space is if you control both of those spaces with 1 unit. So if you took all those spaces away, you're where we are right now on Parade Hill Road, same ratio. Except there's no restriction, so far as I know, at Wilton Road for 1 car. So the tenants have the luxury of having a 2nd car, I suppose, if they wanted one. Apparently, they're not allowed to have one, but so it's the same ratio.
Okay. Anything?
I believe the comment was that it was a smaller piece. This is a smaller piece of land. Half of the site on Wilton Road is either tidal wetland or tidal wetland upland. So that's effectively about half an acre. This is 0.37 acres. That's 19 units on half an acre. This is 14 units on 0.37 acres. That's almost the identical ratio. We could not build on about half that site. If we could have built on the whole site, I assure you the project would have been larger.
Anything further from your side?
Not on this.
The neighbors also had a traffic engineer submit a letter from Bubaras Traffic, is that right?
Yes, and he's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom. Is it who's
Jim.
Jim?
Yep. He's up here. He's on mute.
Oh, there he is. Good evening.
You're on
mute.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. So, greetings. My name is Jim Bubaras. I'm a principal in Bubaras Traffic Associates. We're traffic engineering consultants now located in New London, Connecticut. We prepared the letter dated April 27th to Mr. Ryan Keneally, who is one of the abutters to the site. He asked me to do a review and to prepare an opinion, which I was happy to do. What I did is I reviewed the traffic impact statement study that was prepared by the developer and also the site plan review set that was submitted for review. And I'll just go through what my findings were. As you know, there are 14 units being proposed in a 3-story building with 16 parking spaces on a parcel of land that's basically a third of an acre, a little bit over a third of an acre in size. And it's got one access to it, and access and egress, meaning leaving out of that site, cannot be made making a left turn where the developer's own traffic study says that 70% of the people who are going to be living here want to be going. So what those people are going to have to do is they're going to have to make a right turn and go around the block. And you're more familiar with the area than I am. That's quite a roundabout way in order to wind up eventually going to the north. The other thing is that the sight line is restricted, as you've been told, to the south, and that's why the movement to the north is being disallowed. And it seems to me you've got a single family home on this site, which also has that restriction. I think it's ludicrous to now try to intensify this site that has that inherent problem to it by putting in 14 units with who knows how many people. The assumption being made here by the developer is that you've got one person with one car that's going to be driving, or maybe there's more than one person driving, but there's going to be one car per unit. And they say that they're going to restrict it, but those people are going to have visitors. And when those people have visitors, the parking becomes a very significant issue. And you don't have anywhere else to put those vehicles. They can't park on the driveway. That was even alluded to you by your peer reviewer, Mr. Del Rio. And you shouldn't be parking on the street because the street is very narrow, and that would be very hazardous. So what you've got here is you've got a site that, quite frankly, is too big, too small for what is being proposed to be put into it. I read somewhere, and I think it was meant to be, that the developer is proposing to add a stretch of sidewalk to the south from the driveway location all the way to the piece that's existing to the south, which is a distance of about 140 feet. I would strongly encourage that if that's being done, that every effort be done to do as much clearing as they can do along that sight line in order to, that easement area that's going to be taken in order to put that sidewalk in there, if it can't all be put in the town's right of way, that something be done in order to try to improve the sight line to the south so that you don't have the situation where you don't allow a left turn out of the site. You had your fire person telling us that they don't want to see the island to be other than paint, that they would have a hard time with that. Well, if you have an island that's not a raised island, I guarantee you that there will be those who exit who find it inconvenient to only be able to make a right, that they will make a left. They will make a left, and they will try, if the traffic allows it at the point in time where they're exiting the site, they will make that left. And I've been doing this a long, long time, and I have seen this all over the place. So if you don't put the proper restriction to that right turn, you're going to get people making the left turn, and that left turn could be hazardous. Now, getting into the site itself, there are 16 spaces proposed in that piece of land that sits in front of the building. And if you look at the dimensions that are being proposed, you've got half of those spaces, the ones that are closest to the building, 9 feet wide. You got the ones on the other side, which are closest to the street, at 8.5 feet wide. You've got an aisle that serves them that is only 22 feet wide. And then you've got the spaces themselves only 18 feet long. You put all of those three factors together, and maneuverability in and out of that parking lot is a disaster waiting to happen. Unless people are confined to very small cars, you're going to get a situation where they can't even maneuver in and out at times. You need to have at least a 24-foot wide aisle. You need to have at least a 20-foot depth. And preferably, especially with the spaces that are at the ends of each of the at each end of the aisle, you need to have them at least 10 feet wide, because they have no place for those backing out of those spaces that are at the extreme ends of the parking area, anywhere to back out into. So what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to back out all the way to the driveway in order to get out of this parking lot? It's just not going to fit. It's not going to work. And as we know here in Connecticut, and we were reminded of this winter, we get snow. And picture now all spaces filled up, and now you get snow. And now you got to remove that snow. You really think a snowplow is going to be able to get in there and effectively plow out all that snow with all those cars parked in those spaces? The ideal thing would be to take the cars out of there while they plow and then have them go back in again. But there's no place else to put these cars. So now you're compounding the problem when you get the snow. And what about the person who comes to get the trash? The trash bin is in the northeast corner of that parking lot. Take a look at it. Take a look at it very carefully on your site plan. How is that dumpster vehicle going to maneuver in there in order to pick up that dumpster? And then what? That vehicle's got to back out all the way out onto the driveway too? So what's being done here, and I respectfully submit this, and I want to be clear, I have nothing against affordable housing, but don't create a situation where you got a disaster that's not going to work. That's not fair. That's not fair to the people who are going to be hopefully moving in here with a hope of something different, and then eventually living it and finding that they've got a bad situation to live with. So, my conclusions. The site is way too small to support what is evidently a development that's too large for this site. Additionally, intensifying the use of this site when sightline to the south is restricted to where egress to the north cannot be allowed, it makes absolutely no sense from a traffic safety or a traffic accessibility standpoint. Therefore, the following is recommended. Every effort should be made to pursue the installation of the proposed sidewalk section to the south of the proposed site drive in the hope that in doing so, they will find a way to improve the sight line to the south so that access to allow a left turn to the north may happen. If it can't happen, I don't suggest that you approve this development. The other thing is that the site plan should be redesigned so that you have a workable parking lot, one that works. If it's not going to work, I mean, what do you think you're going to accomplish here? It's just way too tight. It'd be great if I could point you to a development that has these parameters so that you can try it for yourself. But I guarantee you, if you tried it for yourself, you would find that this is way too tight. And finally, and this is probably the part that hurts the most, I think this whole site needs to be reconsidered. 14 units is way too much for this site, especially if you were honest with yourself, you would be at least providing 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And you can't fit 21 parking spaces into that parking lot. You can't. Ideally, you'd have 2 parking spaces per unit so that you account for your visitors, you account for the Amazon truck that shows up, the fuel truck that shows up, the deliveries that show up, and everything else. So I respectfully submit that you should require the developer to downsize this development and make it one that fits in here. I read somewhere that 14 units happens to be the magic number that will make it all work. Well, if that's what it is, maybe they don't belong here. 14 units don't belong here. They just don't. If you're honest with yourself and you look at that rationally, you'll find that it just does not work. And I respectfully submit that after accumulating 55 years of traffic engineering experience. So that's my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Dan?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I make some observations about this, or can I only ask questions at this point?
Well, regarding parking and traffic?
Based on what he's presented.
Feel free.
By the way, I really appreciate your presentation today. I think it's very well done. I made the same observations about these parking spaces, that they're undersized and inappropriate in terms of the layout. I also took a look at the trash container, which should be accessed from the front, and it can't be in this version. I had asked the applicant through Sarah to supply us with a rendering from both above and from the street showing all 16 parking spaces with cars, because I think we'd see much more clearly in that rendering what you've been describing in your words. And I do not see that rendering. There is 2 renderings on sheets 009 and 0012 that show renderings with 3 cars. Makes it look nice and airy. I don't think that this can possibly work the way it's laid out in terms of the dimensions you have supplied us with tonight. So I'll say more about that later, but just in response to your presentation, I thought my observations might be useful.
Could I just note, we've never seen your request for a rendering.
Well, Sarah got it both in writing and verbally, and she said she would
check my email to see what happened.
I just want to note it. It's not that we ignored it. We haven't heard it before.
I totally believe you.
Okay.
I made the request in writing, and then I saw Sarah in person, made the request a second time.
Okay.
Okay. So if we keep going with this, if you can provide us with all 16 spaces parked with reasonably sized cars from above as a plan and also from the street. I think we'd all appreciate that.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman who spoke talked about snow issues. So walk me through an actual situation. So you have half a foot of snow, which is not unusual, and all the cars are in the lot. And you have stated in response, I'm not sure it's quite an answer, but a response that the snow would be deposited in the grassy areas between the parking lot and the street. Walk me through exactly how you pick up the snow and move it to that area.
You ask the tenants to move their cars. And if they don't move their cars, you wait until they do move their cars. I mean,
I'm lost, sir.
This is every apartment building in the Northeast, probably anywhere where it snows, right? You can't necessarily plow the whole lot the second that it snows. This building's not different than any other building. There are buildings like this in New Canaan. There are buildings like this in Stamford, Greenwich, Fairfield, Westport, Wilton, that have multiple spaces, that have multiple cars. You do your best to get the tenants to move their cars. If they don't, you wait until they do. When they do, you plow the snow, in this case, into the front yard. There's only a curb separating the lot from the front yard. If the snow piles up too much, like it did this winter, you have to bring in equipment and you have to move it. And in this case, you move it into the front yard because there's plenty of space to move it into the front yard. The front yard's actually larger than the parking lot itself. And of course, you don't pile the snow up at the same height. You make big piles, and that's where it goes.
So go through the logistics, like walk me through. So what kind of plows do you use and so on? I mean, the plows I'm familiar with is that there's either a plow on the front that's on an angle and sort of pushes it off to the side. Some is like a cow catcher on an old-fashioned locomotive where it's like an arrowhead and sort of splits it off. Now, if you go down one of the alleys or aisles and use that, it would just simply pile it up on top of the cars, which I'm not sure how that would quite work. So just walk me through, because I'm really not understanding it.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in a complex where we had to move our car when the snow came, and it depended on how much snow, what type of equipment. We saw a regular plow. Sometimes we would, if my neighbor wasn't home, we'd move a car into another spot. And then you had you might have a smaller vehicle. I mean, Mr. Friedman can talk to it, but I can tell you it's not unusual in a multifamily type situation that you're going to have a contractor come back potentially 2 or 3 times to clear the parking lot. And then you just move a car back, and then you might move it back. If somebody's home and you happen to see the snow plow and they plow your spot and you move back in. And I think your question is an operational one. We're not going to not plow and make the tenants unable to leave. It's just a question of how does it work? And as people move in, we could have people who work the night shift and aren't home when the plow shows up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's an operational question. I think the issue is, can we remove snow? Yes, we feel confident about that. And there's a place for it to go. And just because you may not like it or you may think it's difficult does not make it a safety issue.
Well, ma'am, I didn't say I didn't like it or I said it was difficult. Right. I asked for an example of how you do it. So let's go back to my original question, because I do remember my original question, which is how would it work? So you have a half a foot of snow, happens overnight. I wake up and half a foot of snow. Now, I've tried to drive out of my own driveway with a half a foot of snow, and it will not work. You're gonna plow into it and you will not move. So you have to wait for it to be plowed to an extent. So you have a plow comes in, since you can't push it onto the cars, really, was it a skip loader? I'm not answering my own question to pick up the snow and move it. And to the extent it's plowed down the aisle and it's plowing the cars in, then you have to dig those out. I just can't see how this would work. And you say move the cars, well, they can't move until you start plowing. It just.
When I lived in a multifamily complex, there were people that came and shoveled around the cars. There was a team, part of the plow team came and shoveled. That may not be what happens here. But again, functionally, the contractor, and Mr. Friedman can talk about how it works in his development, but this is not an unusual situation where you have a parking lot and people are parked all over the state.
I think I can help clarify or maybe add to Mr. Chris's question. Given the constraints of the way the parking lot is currently configured with almost zero available space at what's called the dead end or the head end of the parking lots on the north and south side, both traffic engineers identified that there's typically a turn back zone in those areas. So if you're pulling out of one of those parking spots, you can maneuver out of that. You don't have that here. I think where Mr. Chris is going is, given the limited maneuverability within the site because of the way it's designed, having a plow come in there and just magically figure out how to get it into the front yard is going to be a little more difficult than you're making it sound. I don't disagree. Bring in enough equipment, you can make anything happen. And it's definitely going to be an operational issue.
First of all, you plow the driveway first. That's pretty easy to get onto the front yard. There's a few feet at the end of each lot. If it's a small storm, you just plow it onto the end. If it's 6 inches, it will fit at the end. It's not that much snow.
You don't have an end. You have a foot on one side and maybe 2 or 3 feet on the other side.
It's not going. No way.
Sorry, just let the applicant speak.
This is time for the applicant to speak, not the neighbors. To the extent that we need to get a loader in there to pull the snow out and put it into the front yard, we'll do that. We did that all winter, this winter.
That's fine. And is that type of an operational requirement for maintaining the property in those snow events, is that something that will carry over to the new owner once you sell the property?
There's no other way for them to get rid of the snow. They would have to.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, of course. From a practical perspective, there's no other way to plow the snow. They could come in and maybe pull some of it out with a plow. They get a small truck, right? It's more maneuverable. They can get the cars to move, then they don't have to do that. But that's what you have to do. Yeah, snow blower, correct. You could use a snow blower. There's a lot of ways to do it.
Okay. One other thing that was brought up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chris, anything further?
Thank you. I'm still perplexed in how this would work. Let me get near to the microphone. Apologies. I'm still perplexed in how this has worked, but I think I've established my point. So thank you.
So one of the other points that was made by Mr. Swerdlow as well as the engineers was the garbage dumpster, its current positioning, and then maneuvering space for that. Do you have a way to address that?
Yeah, you roll it out. So you roll it out, it rolls out, it's on wheels, you pull it out of the fenced in area, the truck pulls in, it empties the dumpster, it backs up to the other end of the parking lot, and then it pulls out.
So you have a limitation on dumpster size because most carting companies won't roll out anything bigger than a 6-yard dumpster.
Don't know. Yeah, of course we have a limitation on the dumpster size. I mean, the area that houses it can only fit a certain size dumpster. 6-yard probably would work. We might have to pick it up twice a week, but yeah, that's not really an operational constraint.
This is Commissioner Chris again. On a related point that Ms. Bubaris mentioned, and also the fire marshal, which is the island. I'm not sure to call it a painted island as an island, but I can't come up with a better word for it. the exit in order to, on the egress to prevent a left turn. Again, if it's painted, which could get worn as well, but could be repainted, I'll grant that. But could be covered with snow or ice and so forth and be not particularly visible in certain conditions. The point I think Mr. Bubaris made is one I like to explore, which is that it provides sort of a less of a impediment for people to turn left, and they simply can drive in the middle and turn left if they want to. I mean, I think of I'm often at the corner of Jelliff Mill and 106, which has a stoplight as a T-junction. And if you're on Jelliff wanting to turn right, you can't because it says no turn on red. Doesn't mean I don't see 5 people in front of me turn on red all the time, which is not a great idea since it's a fast road and there's a blind curve. So people do this kind of stuff all the time. My experience with human nature is that often they don't quite follow the rules. And so my concern on this solution of a painted island is going to provide a substandard impediment to people turning left and therefore create a potential traffic hazard. This is my concern.
We are fine with the mountable curb if that's what you want. We are either option that satisfies the commission. Obviously, we'd need to work with the fire marshal he explained that he was not familiar with a drivable curb. Happy to work with him, but if what you want is a mountable curb, we'll put a mountable curb in.
Well, certainly I think this would be something that have to be addressed because if the fire marshal says something's a deal breaker, that sounds like a big deal to me for traffic safety and human safety of potential residents of this development. So that's something that I think would need to be sorted out.
And if ultimately you said to us, we don't want that because the fire marshal doesn't want it, we'd be fine with that too. So I think what the point we were trying to make was we proposed the painted curb or painted area. If you don't like it and you want us to explore the mountable curb, we're happy to do that.
One other issue on parking is that my experience is then that parking is like water. You can't get rid of it. It simply moves where it's going to go. And people will find a place to park if they need it. And so you have this substantial grassy area between the planned parking lot and the street. To the extent it is reasonably easily accessed, even with perhaps a low curb, I'm not sure what kind of curb you're going to have, people tend to park in such places. I mean, I recall one area, it's not in this state, but I've seen things like this. For example, it's a large sports stadium that isn't a residential neighborhood, very large sports stadium in a very residential single-family neighborhood. And on game day, as you might imagine, a lot of people show up and they show up in cars and they park in front of people's front lawns and they bump curbs and they do all this because they got to find a place to park, even if it may create some undercarriage damage to their car, they do it. And so to the extent because of what I would argue or suggest is a better word, is a limited parking field, given the potential development, people who may have a second car or have a visitor with second car and so forth, or a third car, that they're going to find a way to place to put it in the street can be very difficult given Parade Hill and neighboring streets, that they may simply use this. And so why not put boulders or something that very much says, do not park here, do not cross into this area in order to prevent this type of action, which I've seen in other areas where they have bollards or some other impediment.
Yeah, I would prefer not to put something like that, but I'm happy to plant it. I mean, I don't want to put boulders in the front yard of this project or a guardrail or anything like that. I don't think that's very welcoming, but I would be happy to plant it to make it so that you couldn't park in the front yard.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'd like to get final public comment from anyone that might have it, from the neighbors or anyone else. And then we can...
Mr. Redmond, we sort of interrupted Mr. Bubaris with some of the questions. I don't know if there was anything else he had. I do have a few questions for him. If there isn't anything else
That's
from the
fine.
commission, I wanted to address those while we were here. So, okay.
No problem.
Mr. Guars, quick question. You had made a couple of comments, including in your letter, about parking spaces being 10 feet wide by 20 feet long. Is that what you believe to be a standard industry requirement?
To me, yes, those are standard 10 feet wide, 20 feet long with a 24-foot aisle. If you want to avoid problems getting cars in and out of a parking area, that's what you provide. You start cutting down on any one of those three dimensions and you start to raise issues. And this development here, this proposal here, reduces all three. And that's a problem.
And Mr. Bubarts, you've said you've worked across Connecticut
I have.
over the course of your career.
I have.
And are there any towns in which you've worked that have a standard parking space of 9 by 18?
Yes, I have.
And did you cite any safety concerns in those applications?
Did I cite any safety concerns? Well, those 9 by 18 spaces had 24-foot aisles. Okay?
But you had no concern with a 9 by 18 space, correct?
If it has a 24-foot aisle. You start
is it fair to say, I have
20.
another question.
No, wait a minute, don't cut me
Could
off.
you
Finish here. You start with a 10 by 20 space, all right?
Mr. Gores, I have a different
Assuming
question.
You have a 24-foot
You
aisle.
answered my question. I have a different question.
All right.
So are you familiar with any statutory requirements with respect to parking in Connecticut?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Are you familiar with any state law about parking requirements in the state of Connecticut?
Well, yeah, there are various state laws.
Okay. With respect to parking counts, the number of parking spaces available.
You mean the number of spaces that should be provided for a unit of residents?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the state law taking effect that would prohibit a denial of an application of 16 residential units or less?
I am, but I don't think we should be ignoring that is going to cause a problem. The commission has the right to raise concern about it and to act accordingly in spite of the regulation.
But you're aware that state law is changing as of July 1st.
I am, but like I said, the commission still has the obligation to consider what the impact on their particular town will be with that change and to act accordingly.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention specifically to New Canaan's regulations. Did you look at any of the regulations with respect to parking space size in the town of New Canaan in conducting your analysis?
No, I did not. Like I said, I am going by what the standard is, okay? I made that very clear. That's the standard. You sway away from the standard, it raises issues, okay? And that's what I'm
and I'm asking specifically about New Canaan's regulations.
Okay, no, I am not.
Your answer is no, you did not review the New Canaan regulations.
No. Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that you're not familiar with any provisions in New Canaan that allow for parking spaces to be smaller than 10 by 20?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And did you look at any provisions in the New Canaan zoning regulations about the number of spaces per unit required in any of the residential zones?
Well, I heard from the peer reviewer that it's 1.5 is a minimum in anywhere, and in New Canaan, I believe it's two. It's two parking spaces per unit.
Did you hear the question about the Millport zone specifically?
I heard the question, yes.
Okay, and so are you familiar with that zone requiring
I-
only one space per unit?
I am not, and if that's what it allows, it's ludicrous.
Okay. I don't have anything else for you.
Mr. Barris, do you have anything further on your summary?
No, I think I covered it all. I'm just what I'm trying to do here. Like I said, I'm not against affordable housing. I understand it's a good idea and all that. I have much concern that certain stipulations are being made in order to sway away from the rules that we're all used to. And I'm just alerting you to the fact that when you do that, you're going to have certain problems. And my job here is to tell you what those traffic issues would be if you let something like this go in the way it's proposed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any final questions for Mr. Robards? Okay. Thank you, sir. I turn to the public. Is there anyone in the public that here in the room that would like to speak to this application? Please come up. Is the mic on the podium on? Step up to the podium, state your name and address, and let us know what you'd like to say.
Hi, Tim Anderson, 49 Parade Hill Road. Commissioner, thanks for letting me speak. The last time we were in this spot, we only had 3 minutes to make any observations or state any of our concerns. So tonight, I'm going to qualify because I'm going to speak to you about the sanitary sewer system that no one here has. I didn't mention in the last meeting that I did mention that I was a licensed plumbing contractor in the state of Connecticut. What I didn't mention is that I have 27 years experience with the Aquarian Water Company, where at the time I was first of all, I had a Class 3 distribution system, water system distribution operator's license. And I also was the cross connection coordinator that I had from the Health Department, State Department of Health certification for cross connection control. I was very instrumental in the development of the City of Stamford liquid waste treatment plant back in 2006. So I know the design, I know the calculations, I know the risks, I know how it's built, right? My job was to protect the distribution system, the drinking water, the potable side. So I was in constant contact with Jeanette Seaman at the time to develop a system down there where it was, effluent water, gray water, and potable water. So I do have the expertise and the knowledge to speak directly to what we have going on here in the town of New Canaan. I submitted to Sarah a flow chart that I obtained from the liquid waste treatment plant on peak flows in the month of March. Now, in the month of March, we did have substantial rainfall, and we had about 5 inches, maybe 5 to 5.17 inches of rain in that month. And if you look at the peak flow times on the chart, I don't know if that's available, Sarah, to pull up, or did everybody get a chance to look at it? It is submitted, and I encourage you to look at it. You can see that flow rates from peak demand probably around between 8 and 8:30 in the AM, I believe, showed us at on 3/2, 1.1 million, right? And then as you go down to the end of the week, we were up to 1.9 million. We exceeded 2.3 million on the 6th, 1.9 million, 1.7 million, 1.7 million, 1.6 million, 1.6 million, 1.8, 1.6, 1.5, 1.3, 1.3. Then we're back up to 1.5. And the average in that was about 1.548 for the month. That plant capacity that we have now is capable of running at 1.7, okay? Now, that's taxing that little system, okay? We know it, I know it, the plant guys know it, what is these, class 4 operator knows it, and they're very aware of that there's gonna be problems down the road. Again, this system was designed with the fact, based on the size of the town, not expecting all these big giant buildings to be built, okay? The last heavy rainstorm we had, we approximately dumped, I think it was what, close to 300,000 gallons of partially treated raw sewage into the 5 Mile River. Now, it was partially, so the SSO, I guess, is reported. I'm going to talk to you about the DFUs of these other buildings that we've already got approvals on and what it's going to do to this plant. So if you look at Hill Street, right? Hill Street's projected at, what do we got? Weed Street, these, I have them combined, I'm sorry, and you can look at that. So the total DFUs, right, the drainage fixture units, which is based on how many bathrooms, how many toilets, how many sinks, how much water is actually going to come from those buildings. On any given day, we're looking at, I think the number between those two is about 15,000 on the low side, 15,000 gallons a day, which is going to add at the end of the year, probably approximately 100,000 gallons to that plant. We operate at 1.5. It's going to go to about 1.6. Okay. Now, we haven't taken into consideration, they were asked to do a sanitary sewer examination and they want to keep punting it down the road till after an approval. They really should have that done. They should have a peer review done on that as well to see what that 8-inch sewer main, right? Because you've already asked for it. Nobody's presented about it. Nobody's talked about it.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but have you seen our engineers' review of their plan?
I have not.
The town engineers review.
The town engineers review. And you think that 8-inch main, you've asked for it, so they gave you a review? No, we're waiting on it, right? You're waiting. I understand we're waiting, but but you can make I would hold off on any kind of approval. And let me speak to something earlier that was stated. New Canaan, not one resident in this area, right? In our neighborhood has said deny this. So they bring in this woman and good for her. That's great. Miss Allerton, she's great. I'm so happy for her and her family. But not once did this town state that we don't want affordable housing. Matter of fact, it's the opposite. They've been working on getting affordable housing. So to go around and start putting it in papers to make us look like we're a bunch of idiots is not really appreciated, because that's not the truth. Right? I think most of us understand that she's a witness to what can happen, right? You get a better life, you get a shot. Nobody's denying anybody that. So anyway, besides that, so I'm a little, I hate public speaking, mind you, right? But why wasn't this done? Why do they keep kicking? Because maybe there has a problem with the 8-inch main that's there. That's an old clay main. The infiltration rates with heavy rainwater far exceed what that thing's going to show. They're probably waiting until it's a drier month, a different time of year. Maybe people are away. I don't know. I was surprised they didn't do it in April when everybody was on vacation to actually get their numbers. We're not talking stormwater. We're talking sanitary water. I'm not talking about stormwater, honey. Sorry. So, but to the fact of the stormwater, you mentioned they put a curb in. How are they going to plow with the curb in there? And then they start putting all this snow that Mr. Friedman states out on the grass. How's their Coltex going to catch any of the oils, the brake fluid leakage, the antifreeze leakage when you're putting it into the grass? It's going to go into the 5 Mile River. That really needs to be considered. Anyway, I'm getting a little more passionate than I wanted to be up here and a little worked up. Look, I watched Mr. Friedman, his property over there in Springdale, right? With all that snow. That sat there for months and months before Cizik, Eddie Willow, before they started taking the snow, and then they actually brought it down to another property and they were dumping it in the river. And if he got caught for that, I don't know if that's proper. I don't know. So, they want to start doing that. What are they going to do? Move the snow and dump it in the 5 Mile River? There's a lot of contaminants in snow. So I want the commission, I hope, look, they've taken this law and managed to manipulate it, right? Well, all these contractors now, instead of coming in here under good faith, if you came in and you said, here's this nice building and made it look nice. If you really truly, this woman talked about being at home, right? Being at home. He comes in, he wants to put a 14-story building, a 14-story building. Nothing says, well, oh, this is home. Like, look at this beautiful home, right? So people, everybody that drives by it goes, that's the affordable housing. He could have made it look so much nicer and you would have never had a problem here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get all worked up, but this is just ridiculous. I had enough of the fakeness of the whole BS, because it's all BS. He comes in, you come in here, I'm a big philanthropist. If you were and you cared about the people, you'd do the right thing. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Anyone else like to speak? Come up to the podium.
Evening. Anthony Tarzia, 19 Hampton Lane. Three quick things I just want to clarify. On the readiness meeting report, there was also a recommendation, I don't know if it was captured earlier, for hydraulic grade line analysis. Talked about recommendations. I don't know if that was discussed from DeAndrea on any response to that. So I just want to clarify because it's kind of lost within the letter. And then two more quick things. So the renderings that have been shared, it was brought to my attention from Readiness and Mead that the renderings don't reflect the grade plan. So there's a huge spine up the middle. You've got about a 3 to 4 foot grading from the front entrance across and towards those front corners. The renderings that have been shared show this beautiful flat property. It's an accurate rendering. So I think there's been a request to have an updated rendering to show all the parking spots. I think that should also be reflected to show that grading. And then that may have an impact as well with the light pollution, given you've got slope up to the neighbors. But I just want to make sure that we have an accurate rendering because it shows a beautiful flat property, which it is today. But that's not what the plans are. Last item is with that, you've got 2 catch basins proposed on the northeast, southeast corners, and you've got that grading. Talked a lot about snow and cleanup. I may be the only person who's actually cleaned snow or plowed before, but it'd be a nightmare to do that lot, by the way. I could explain how to do it, but it's not my job. What you're gonna have, and commonly I had in my condo complex when I lived in Stanford, is you're gonna have water that you have the thaw action on a cold night. So you're gonna have melting all day. It's gonna turn to water. It's gonna ice overnight. Now it's running across this heavily graded parking lot that doesn't meet ADAs other than that one spot. It's gonna freeze because all your rain, all the leftover snow, it's gonna melt and then ice up at sunset. And you have a sheet of ice on a 5% grade per today's what was shared from the applicant's advisory. I don't know if it was the traffic person or the engineering. So you have a 5% grade, you've got freezing, you've got no catch basins on that lot. So that's going to be the reality of icing. I remember having that problem in a condo complex and us having to constantly go out and clean and even if you salt it from an operational standpoint, it will never work. It's never functional. You could salt it every night. It's going to wash away, and the next night you have to have the same problem again. So what you need is you would need catch basins along the way, or you need a way where you're cleaning curb to curb perfectly all the time. And it's a challenge operationally at any of these condo complexes. I've sat on a few boards and a few different HOAs in Stanford where we have these 1.5 spot standard. Especially these condo complexes that were built in the 70s in Stanford. They were building a lot of them. They're not the best, but they give people access. And that was always a common problem with snow cleanup, where to put the snow, how to get a front loader in there. And then, if you're going to bring a front loader there, you can't park on the street. You can't back in. You can't get it in there. Even just to unload the front loader to clean up, you're going to have to shut down the place. It's going to be a problem. And when you ask those 14 people to remove to clean the spots, they have nowhere to go. Like, where are they going to go to clean it? We can bring a bus to rack them back and forth, but They're gonna pay for the parking because there's no free parking in New Canaan anymore. As long as it's after 6. And that's it. Those are the only items I had. I appreciate the board's time and the applicant. And thank you. Oh,
Can you clarify the question about the grade?
yeah.
Where are you concerned about not showing accuracy?
So the rendering that's been published
Mhm.
of the building, kind of, I think the first version and the updated version where there were some cosmetic changes. If you look at it from Parade Hill, it's very flat.
The parking lot.
The property, the parking lot, the grading itself. And then if you look at the exhibit of the plans, there's significant grading. Grading is not quite appreciated till you actually walk properties. Like I've dealt with grading and building a home. Like grading is significant. You start to have foot drop-offs every 20 feet. That's significant. 5% grading is significant. Like there's a reason you can't have an ADA spot on 5% grading because it's significant by definition. So that's what I'm saying. I think I don't know the numbers offhand, but it's all engineered to get to how do I build a building where my footing drains can gravity slope to the storm drain on the street. How do I sandwich in basement units? How do I get a grading so I can have ADA that walks in the front door without having to put so I don't have to have stairs, to have the one spot that fits and have the rest that's all graded. It's all engineered to kind of maximize, but it creates other safety concerns. So very long-winded way to say the rendering doesn't reflect the plan. And I'd appreciate a look so I can, as a resident, we can kind of a better understanding of what it's actually going to look like. It would also be considered misleading potentially.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Mike Campisi, 20 Parade Hill Road. Also in the civil engineering study that we had performed, it was pointed out that at one stretch of the parking lot that's being proposed, there is a mere 2.5 feet between my lot, our property line, and the end of the parking lot. What I would like to clarify is what's the average width that a car door opens? If there are 2 cars parked, okay, along and parallel to my lot or our lot, and a car door opens and there's 2.5 feet of clearance, the car door is now opening into my property. Not to mention a passenger or driver is getting out and likely walking into my property. How is that not an invasion of privacy to me? How is that not a strong consideration of proper planning and zoning? And how is that, how could that even remotely be approved to have somebody be teetering on the precipice of walking and trespassing on my property? Doesn't seem logical in any way, shape, or form. And as the traffic study showed, the lot itself is completely inconceivable. It's impractical. And I just don't see how anybody gets around it. You've got a lawyer and a property owner who I guarantee don't shovel much snow. They've got people doing it. You're going to bring a dump truck in. You're going to bring a bulldozer in. You got the Tonka truck to come in to pull this stuff out. And then, oh, by the way, now you're piling up snow on the grass. Does that impede the sight lines for traffic where those cars have to come in and out? Every which way you turn, as we discussed during the last hearing, each checkbox, it seems to make sense. You're pushing the boundaries. But when you add up the sum of the parts, it is a complete disaster waiting to happen. And they can cite Westport and they can cite Wilton. They can cite whatever you want. You have not proven that this works on a 0.37 acre lot with the myriad of issues that have been presented thus far. Period. End of story. Got the lawyer trying to cite statutory reasoning. We have our traffic study engineer talking to the standard. It makes zero sense. She points out Millport. She fell right into it because we know that there are parking problems there with the one lot, with the one parking spot per lot. Okay. So now you've got an even smaller lot. You don't have it's not a side street with parking on either side of the pond like you have in Millport. You have nothing. You have sightline issues. We pulled our cars and put video and posted it to show how the traffic jams that are created just by having one or two cars off to the side. Now this happens at 8:30 in the morning when buses are going by and dump trucks are going by. And we know, we talked about this, is a major thoroughfare for every vehicle. They go on Google Maps. This is the way they go to get to O&O, to do the projects of the residential homes, wherever they're going. This is a problem waiting to happen. And now you've got a situation where if we have a curb, that's a no-brainer. That's a showstopper for the fire marshal. So every which way they try to turn, okay, no pun intended, you have issues. We'll do this, we'll do that, whatever it takes. This is completely inconceivable in its size and its scope. And I'll state it again emphatically. This must be a no.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Nick DeMarco, 8 Rural. I sent an email with some photos. Is it possible to bring that up? I think it's always helpful to look at photos as well. What date?
Friday the 24th. If I had on Zoom, I would share, but.
Letter from Nick DeMarco. It's the most recent one, April.
March 3rd or?
24th.
Most recent.
Yeah.
Yep.
While you're pulling that up, I think I would also reiterate the comment that I think everyone is supportive of affordable housing, but the idea of trying to ram a square peg through a round hole, it just doesn't work. And so, in the best interest of looking for a win-win, this is starting to look like a win-lose. One person wins and one loses, and there's got to be, a win-win here on behalf of the board and find a better location. But anyway, what I wanted to point out was a picture that we've been talking about, and we've heard a lot of theory and we've heard a lot about averages and standards, but taking an average day, if you could do me a favor and just scroll down a second, go down a little bit more. So this is before 5 o'clock on a random Thursday. You can see just down the street where the major intersection is that folks have been talking about. You can see the cars building up to turn left onto 123. And you can see the white van parked at the stop sign as it's waiting so as to not clog the intersection, because you got cars coming at it and you got cars coming off 123 to go on to Parade Hill. If you scroll down a little bit, momentarily later, literally just 20 minutes later, you can see the cars start to pile up at the stop sign in just a routine day. If you keep scrolling down, you can see you're now getting all the way up towards the mailbox. This is probably somewhere close to where their proposed island might be. Again, just 5:30 average Thursday. Is this the worst scenario? No, there could be a lot more traffic. But you could start to see that if someone's going to be turning left or something, maybe keep scrolling down. Here's a scenario where there's a couple worker trucks double parked. I think somebody posted a video. So presumably when they're building the project, you might have a couple trucks double parked and there's not a lot of traffic. So these vehicles are able to navigate around it. If you scroll down a bit, just before there was some traffic. So you had the double parked trucks momentarily, and you can see all the traffic starting to back up all the way up the street to Rural Drive. Again, just an average day with not even a ton of traffic. Now, if you scroll down a bit, this is right up the street on Forest, where you got a development going on, and you got your routine trucks double parked, but there's no issue. They got a sidewalk and a much wider road, so it's not an issue at all. But if you scroll down a little more, thank you. Here's your typical Amazon truck that double parks and runs in to do a delivery and holds up everything. And where I'm going with this is now when you layer the components, as was previously mentioned, and you get to the sum of the parts, and you scroll down a little bit, and you have this would be my rendering, not reality. Someone trying to make a left turn. There's not even any double park cars, but you have the buildup and the guy trying to make the left turn into the way when there's a clog, this could easily start to compound and it could look like this every day. And what about when they're building the property and you got the Amazon truck, you got the double parked pickup trucks, and you got the guys, trying to turn left? You're going to have an absolute mess on your hands every single day. This will go down as just an epic disaster every day of the week. Thank you.
You. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? Anyone still on Zoom?
There are a lot on.
Oh, okay. Okay. If there's no further public comment, I would turn to the commissioners with it.
Woman on Zoom want to speak?
I heard a no.
Hello. Lisa Tully, do you want to speak? I think she was trying to.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I thought
Okay,
you said
sorry, I'm having a little bit of issues here. So, yes, hi, I'm Lisa Tuffy. I live around the corner on 180 Heritage Hill Road. So I'm the second house in from the corner, the intersection of Forest, Parade Hill, and Heritage Hill. That is quite the precarious intersection, certainly at the bottom of my street, and even worse, what was just shown on the map there. My concern about the parking is there any way, I thought the presentation before was very informative. Those of us that, drive and have been driving for years, we all know that there are parking lots that are difficult and ones that aren't. So what I foresee is you haven't, based on the scale of this, the ridiculous scale of this building, you haven't, the parking is not going to be sufficient. Certainly, if it is constructed in a manner where cars cannot navigate it properly, then what's going to happen is if you have X amount of spaces, they're not all going to be utilized because people are going to be over the line, they're going to be not parked properly, and then there's going to be spillover every day into our neighborhood. And that is a problem. So even, as I said, around the corner on my street, we are a wider street, but I can tell you after being here for 28 years that it is a nightmare for me to back out of my driveway and even to come out forward, depending upon the time of the day, because people are cutting through to get to the train station. So although they've just turned onto the street, they are probably at 30 miles an hour at least by the time they get to my driveway, and they're not stopping. We've had lots of issues with people going around school buses, et cetera, but that's a different issue. But the bottom line is, like, sight lines and stuff, we can't have cars parked down there because we can't get out of our driveway safely then. And as I said, for 28 years I've been a resident there. I've never had an issue because the neighbors are all very well aware of what's happening, what the sight lines are, and are very respectful to one another. If you have families that have visitors, that have overflow parking, et cetera, you're going to cause a nightmare on neighboring streets as well. So that's one of my major concerns with what's happening here, along with it not fitting our beautiful neighborhood at all. There's been no attempt for it to fit in or the scale of it. So just wanted to thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
I'd like to say one thing as well.
Yes, please state your name.
My name is Megan Rump. I'm at 17 Seawanoy Lane, and I've been at this house, which is very close to this location, my whole life. Parade Hill is an absolute highway. It has become a highway since the days of Waze, right? That's a whole nother matter. The one thing I wanted to point out was that the maneuverability of the parking lot, right? And so we were talking about snow plows and Amazon delivery trucks and dumpsters. And a couple of times there was mentioned that, just like reversing out, right, into Parade Hill, because in all likelihood, these cars, these larger vehicles, maybe even something the size of a Suburban or a Tahoe, wouldn't be able to maneuver out. But if you have an island, right, which we should have, right, to prevent people from taking that left turn, and you're reversing out of the parking lot, the only option you have is to take that left turn, right? To follow the curve of the island. And that in itself is a massive hazard. I don't understand how you're going to end up being forced to back out. And how are you going to back out when you have an island? How are you going to reverse out of there safely? That's all I wanted to point out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, guess not. Commissioners? I know many commissioners still have questions. Who wants to dive right in?
I'll just ask some, before I make any commentary, let me ask one or two technical questions. How do you intend to condition this building, air conditioning?
With split systems.
So the split systems, where will the outdoor parts of the split systems be?
On the roof.
On the roof. There'll be no air conditioning openings or ports below the window.
No.
So that's what you've done in Westport. You are not showing, will any of that, any of those systems be visible from the road?
Hi, I'm Andrew Hennessy. I'm the architect for the project. The outdoor part of the split system will be located on the rear portion of the roof, which is lower than the front portion. And it's also screened by a roughly, I don't remember exactly, but roughly a 4-foot high parapet in the rear. So from the other buildings in the area, you won't see any of the equipment.
Will you be using Mitsubishi type silent system?
Obviously, it hasn't been designed yet. There will be split system. But yeah, we did use that type of system in the Southport project, which was being completed now.
All right, so I'll hold my other comments back. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, can I jump in on some of the legal stuff? Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to go over kind of this again, your application of the exemption. And I reviewed, both of your, brief submissions. I guess the Cohen and Wolf letter that came in. Yeah. Or maybe it was today. I mean, one thing that was difficult is that, you had all these throwaway sites and you didn't provide cases, and it was really hard to track down some of your authority because you didn't, you cite this West Hartford case and you just give the site and you say, go find it. And we're not a court of law, we're a commission. So, next time you do it, please provide your backup that supports your assertions. But anyway, I found it. I started looking and I was able to get it. But let's talk. I just want to talk on the non-profit, argument first, and then we'll get to the voucher argument. So on the non-profit, that you're a 501c3 and therefore you're, that's your governmental program for assisted housing. In the Cohen letter, it says there is no case law in the state of Connecticut holding that the tax exemption is a governmental program. Do you agree with that?
Meaning, could I cite a case that says a tax exemption is a government program?
That a 501c3, that a 501c3 designation is a government program under the statute.
Just a point of clarification, the government program is, I'm sorry, Brian Daly, General Counsel. The government program we're relying on is not the 501c3 status.
That's the argument you make. You make two, basically it's a two-pronged argument, right? You're saying one, where we're a 501c3, so we're getting a sales, basically a sales tax exemption, and therefore.
But not because we're a 501c3. We're a 501c3 who is developing low and moderate income housing. So I think to the extent that what you're trying to say is simply because we're a 501c3, we're eligible for the tax exemption. That's only part of why we're eligible for the tax exemption.
To me, it seems like you're making two arguments. You hope one sticks. That's kind of what it sounds like, right? Are you if we're not a 501c3, then let's focus on the vouchers, that we're getting financial assistance from the vouchers. Or are you saying we need both? I'm confused because you're throwing these two different ways of saying that you are getting government assistance, right? You're talking about two government programs, correct?
There are two possibilities under the statute to qualify for assisted housing. We believe we qualify for both. And that is why both arguments.
What do you mean? But what are your two? So you're talking about a governmental program and something else?
Correct. That there is, let me pull up.
That's not your argument, but okay.
It is.
Okay.
So to be assisted housing, we either need to have financial assistance through a governmental program, or we need to have units with vouchers. Those are two different categories.
You're saying that the units with vouchers is your set aside.
The units with vouchers are one category under which we qualify as assisted housing. The other category under which we qualify is as a 501c3 who is developing low or moderate income housing. That is, we are eligible for the tax exemption. That is the financial assistance under the governmental program. So there's two categories.
Right. So you're saying, but say one of them, a court somewhere someday, because obviously there's no case law on this, finds that one of those holdings or one of those assertions is incorrect. You could still rely on the other one.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. I just wanted to make clear that
we are relying on both.
Okay. So let's talk about then the non-profit component. So there's no case law that says that designating yourself as a 501c3 is assisted housing under the statute, right? It qualifies as a governmental, sorry, I just want to get the language right. Qualifies as a governmental program under the statute, right? This is kind of a case of first impression, if you're so to speak.
Can I just clarify again? You keep referring back to the 501c3 status. We have that.
Right.
And we have the federal tax benefits that come along with that.
I understand.
That's not the basis for the assisted housing. There are two tax exemptions. There's a second tax exemption under state law, Connecticut General Statutes 12-412, subparagraph 29, that is a specific state tax exemption only for the development of low and moderate income housing. That's the first prong, if you will, as to why this is assisted housing. The second prong is the vouchered units.
And so you're not just, you're not claiming the IRS revenue procedure 9632 as a form of assistance.
The reason we qualify for the state tax exemption is because you meet the IRS revenue procedures, which requires certain levels of affordability.
So it's a compliance mechanism, not a financial assistance piece.
No, it's financial assistance.
So you receive from the IRS.
We received exemption from taxes.
From the
IRS.
No, but if
it's
you get
tax exemption.
Correct.
Well, I understand the state tax exemption, but I'm trying to ask if a third component you're claiming as government assistance is IRS revenue procedure 9632. So it's just.
No, the reason we qualify for the state program, one of the reasons.
I understand that.
Okay.
I just thought you were claiming three types. Okay, back to you.
Maybe let me try and explain this. We qualify for the state tax exemption because we're building low and moderate income housing and we're a nonprofit. Those are both of the components in the statute that Brian just cited, right? And the state defines lower, it says, I think primarily lower, I forget the exact words, but the effect is that whatever you're proposing to have a tax exemption on has to be at least 50% exempt. Layered on top of that,
affordability.
And affordable for low and moderate income families. So layered on top of that is the IRS revenue procedure. You cannot own housing or develop housing as a nonprofit without jeopardizing your tax exempt status unless you meet that revenue procedure. That revenue procedure is 75% affordable. So I'm not claiming that we're getting some benefit from the IRS. What I am claiming, though, is that we have to hold to an even higher standard of affordability because we're a nonprofit under the federal tax law.
Okay.
So the
I'll
state
come
says
back to that in a
50%, the
minute,
federal government says 75.
but I'm going to let Mr. Knowles finish.
If you want to keep on that line, I'll let you go.
Okay. Well, I have a bunch of
And then-
stuff
and then I-
to try and understand the government assistance.
Yeah,
so
and then
feel
I
free
have
to
voucher
jump in.
stuff too that I want to.
Okay. So we've cleared up, you're not claiming that IRS Revenue Procedure 9632 is a form of government assistance. I understand that it gives you compliance procedures that you have to follow, but it's not government assistance. The sales and use tax exemption, you said that you're not aware of any Connecticut court cases holding that sales and use tax exemption constitutes government assistance.
Nor am I aware of any case law that says that it's not.
Right. So you don't know either way.
So this is a case of first impression.
Not,
There is no case law either way.
there is no case
Right.
law on the
So what is the cohesive policy agenda behind CGS 12412, in your opinion? Well, usually a government funding program has a policy that it's attempting to implement. So what is the policy?
It's in the legislative history that dates back to the 70s. It's to encourage the construction of low and moderate income housing. It's right in the legislative history.
Yeah. Well, there's 125 things listed there. If you go to CGS 12412, there's breast pump supplies, there's marine fuel, there's.
And each one of those has its
cigarettes.
own government policy. This one has a specific policy, and it's to encourage the construction of low and moderate
Where would
income
one
housing.
find this policy?
It's in the legislative history back from when the law was passed in the mid 1970s. I'm happy to provide it.
Okay, I'd like to see it. I think I asked this last time, but is there any qualifying 501c3 nonprofit affordable housing developer in Connecticut that could not obtain the same sales and use tax exemption by filing Form Reg 19 and meeting the same eligibility criteria that you have?
Did the start of that say nonprofit?
Yes.
No. That if you qualify,
You get it.
you can,
So it's a ministerial program. It's not a competitive program.
correct.
And does any money flow from the DRS to this project as a result of the facility determination letter?
We don't pay. It's not money flowing from DRS,
But it's
but
not
we
an
are
affirmative
exempt.
award. You keep, it's a passive award. You keep the
Correct.
money, you don't pay them.
Correct.
Okay. And after issuing the facility determination letter, does the Department of Revenue Services have any ongoing monitoring authority or enforcement mechanism over whether the completed units are rented to income qualified tenants?
Go ahead if you want to.
I don't know, because we sold the building that we applied for on the exemption, but if you were audited, you would lose your exemption.
Understood. So you'd have trouble going forward, but nobody's going to,
501c3 exemption.
You lose your tax exemption. You lose your tax exemption if you didn't follow the program.
but how is selling the units compliant with the program? Because, I mean, how do they know that they're actually going to be used for affordable housing if you sell them upon completion?
You know that it's affordable housing because we file an affordability plan with the town, and the town's supposed to measure compliance, right? Does DOH check compliance with their covenants after they issue a loan or a grant? I don't think they do. They rely on the town, right? It's in the deed covenants. We've proposed an affordability plan. We've proposed deed covenants as Commissioner Knowles requested. It's the town's, the compliance mechanism lies with the town.
I don't think that's always the case with government funding. That's not my experience, and I have administered government funding before.
That's how it works with a set-aside development. That's how it works with the projects that we've built in Stamford under inclusionary zoning. The compliance mechanism lies with the town.
Okay, so you're saying DRS doesn't enforce any sort of compliance after they issue the facility determination letter?
I don't know of what they file. I don't know of what they enforce, but they have the right to audit you at any time, right? And that's right.
but they're not going to take back the money you've saved.
I have no idea what they're going to
So
do.
you don't know what the compliance is. Okay, and then the last thing on the sales and use tax exemption, Form Reg 19 asks you to identify relationships with other state or federal housing authorities, and you didn't identify any in your application. So you're here claiming this is assisted housing, and when you applied to DRS, you didn't make any claims about assistance to government. You said it was a $6.4 million project funded by a family fund. So which is it?
Could you clarify where are you talking about the reference to the housing authority? You're saying
no, there's a question. It's near the end, the second page of Form Reg 19 that asks if you have any sort of relationship with another state or federal housing entity for your project. Basically,
yeah, we don't.
Right, I know you don't, but they're looking to fact check and to use the credibility of another housing entity to support the project that you're putting forward.
They granted the exemption.
I understand they granted it, but they're looking for that.
But they granted the exemption, and we didn't respond to that question. So I don't understand what your question
Well,
is.
I guess
They
point.
granted the exemption. We don't have to demonstrate a relationship with a housing authority or federal government department to qualify for the exemption.
But they asked the question. And I'm pointing out they asked the question and you didn't answer it. And now you're here claiming government assistance. And to the DRS, you did not claim government assistance.
No,
So
you're asking if there was a relationship with a housing authority.
I'm asking whatever the question says. Do you have it in front of you?
Are you at, it says attached documents. I think you mean question 6, attached documents that describe and establish the sponsorship and arrangement for financing, construction, operation of the facility, such as management contracts, construction, or regulatory agreements with federal or state housing authorities. Is that the question?
That's, yeah.
Right. And I think what Mr. Friedman just said is we didn't attach them because we don't have an agreement with a housing authority because we are doing this as a nonprofit and then working with, as we said, the housing collective and those documents.
So I'm curious, why didn't the applicant go into the voucher relationship in this application to DRS to solidify?
Because it wasn't determined at the time. It wasn't necessary and wasn't determined at the time.
Okay. So just to be clear, in that application, you say this is a $6.4 million project funded completely out of Garden Homes Fund. No government assistance. When you're applying to DRS.
When you're saying governmental assistance, you mean affirmative payment of money from the government to the Garden Homes Fund. No, it's not. And we're not saying that was the case.
I understand.
This is an application for the government assistance. So we don't have it until they approve it. So how can we?
Also, we're here claiming another form of government assistance that we're going to talk about in a minute that you didn't talk about in that application.
We're talking because it's a different category for assisted housing.
But it's one project. So why wouldn't you disclose both of them on the same form?
Because as I said, and as Brian just said, it didn't exist at the time this was filed. No different than if you looked at our application for, say we apply for low-income housing tax credits. That application doesn't get submitted until after a municipality approves the land use applications. You're not eligible to submit until you have an approval in hand. So the idea that I could give you a copy of the application and say, we're going to submit for low-income housing tax credits, you have the application. I don't have the money because I need your approval before I'd even be eligible. Same thing here. We didn't identify anything because we had not determined how we were proceeding. We were applying for one form of governmental assistance in the form of the tax exemption. You have the application that started the process.
Okay. So based on this, my conclusion is that approving this application would basically set the precedent that a 501c3 nonprofit housing developer, any of them could bypass a moratorium in New Canaan.
If it's assisted housing and otherwise qualifies under the statute.
Right.
There is case law, it's cited in the Cohen and Wolf letter, where someone applied for assisted housing there was a moratorium in South Windsor, and they did not get the benefit of the burden shifting because they didn't meet the exemption under the statute. So to the extent that what you're saying is there are scenarios in which, yes, someone seeking a tax exemption to build a 501c3, seeking a tax exemption to build assisted housing that qualifies for an exception under the moratorium. Yes, that is the legislative intent.
The legislative intent is that any nonprofit developer can bypass a moratorium.
It's not any nonprofit developer.
You just told me anybody can ministerially get an approval and a facility determination
and
level.
go back to all of the criteria that need to be met.
Okay.
That, yes, if there was
But do you think
someone,
that's a high bar or low bar?
I think it's an extremely, extremely high bar. And you know how I know that is because when you asked us to go back and look at, can you point us to other nonprofits who have done this? Mr. Friedman's been doing this for decades. We are hard pressed to come up with one because, and he cited one in the letter, because there really aren't that many. That demonstrates how high of a bar it is.
But I think you're lowering the bar with your application.
Yeah.
And I would respectfully disagree with you because the legislative intent is to promote the opportunities for low and moderate income housing.
But it requires actual government assistance, and you don't have affirmative government assistance. You have passive.
And you cannot demonstrate to me or point me to case law that says it has to be
and you can't
affirmative. Correct. And what I'm saying,
we're in the same situation. You can't show me and I can't show you because it doesn't exist.
But the statute establishes.
I'm sorry, what?
The language of the statute.
The language of the statute says that sales and use tax exemptions qualify.
Any government program, and these.
That's, I think, what's debatable.
But hold on, but this is a remedial statute, so it is required to be interpreted in favor of development.
Broadly.
About any government program.
Right, because let's take it down just the law school theoretical thing, right? So we're talking about a tax exemption, okay? That's you're a 501c3 that's going to build affordable housing, sure. If you want to take it down the logical path, any governmental program, say your contractors and your subs hire a labor force, and at the end of every year, they take the child care tax credit because they want to go, which is there so you can go work more, so you can have people taking care of your kids and they get the 3,000, 6,000, how many ever kids they have. And then they go work and they build your development. How is that not, under this argument, a governmental program that is facilitating construction of affordable housing?
It has to be a governmental program for the construction of low and moderate income housing.
How is that not, right? That's helping
tax credit.
That's helping your workers get on site and build the project.
The child tax credit was not developed to further low and moderate income housing development. This exemption was. That's the distinction.
The language of the statute.
Right. The statute says that the purpose for this tax exemption is the construction, rehabilitation, et cetera, of low and moderate income housing. So that's what it's being used for. To Brian's point, your point is, if you look at the legislative history of the child care tax credit, it's for to enhance the lives of children, not to build low and moderate income housing. The precise language of the statute has its purpose in it.
Okay.
But just to be clear, I can't find that in, what is this citation here? CGS 12-412 39, is that what it is?
29.
29?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to find the justification in here. Or you claim this is the justification, this paragraph number 29.
I mean, that's what the statute says.
But Mr. Friedman was talking about the legislative intent from the 70s and blah, blah, blah. Is that what this is? Or is that somewhere else?
What I'm guessing you're looking at is just the language of the statute. That would not include the legislative history because the legislative history is not put into the statute.
Because I mean, this is right under ambulance type motor vehicles.
It's
Because
where
it's a
it is in
laundry
the
list of
numbering list.
random things that don't have any coherence together, this statute.
Other than the fact that there's tax exemptions and there's various purposes for tax exemptions. They can have different purposes.
Do you have more questions on?
No, not on,
sales and
not on the
use?
nonprofit stuff.
All right. Then let's talk about vouchers, which is the other way you're claiming government assistance. Are there Connecticut courses where court cases, where tenant-based vouchers have been upheld as a legitimate form of government assistance? And it's specifically tenant-based vouchers, not project-based vouchers?
It's a different prong. It's not the government assistance prong under 830G.
Would I say this again?
I mean, I would just want to find the language itself. So
I had the language right here. Where'd it go?
there are two ways to qualify as assisted housing. One is governmental assistance for the development of low and moderate income housing, and
Correct.
the other is
Any housing
tenant
occupied by persons receiving rental assistance. Okay, so has tenant-based assistance, to your knowledge, tenant-based vouchers been used as a form of application for an 830G project in other parts of Connecticut? Are you aware of any cases?
Right.
I was going to say, I don't know of any cases off the top of my head, but I would think most housing authority projects are voucher-based.
Right. But housing authorities are governmental entities that have a relationship with the Department of Housing, presumably.
True.
Okay, well, but your client is not a governmental entity and does not have a relationship with the Department of Housing, just to make clear the
Right,
difference.
but I guess you're asking about the vouchers, not who the owner.
I'm asking, yes, about projects receiving tenant-based vouchers. Are there court cases?
If the units are occupied by people receiving state or federal rental assistance, it qualifies as assisted housing. It's,
okay.
Again, the plain language of the
So
statute.
can we agree that right now there's no units at 30 Parade Hill?
Correct.
And that they're not occupied right now?
Correct.
So
And
that
under
language
this-
is written in the present tense. Any housing occupied by persons receiving rental
But
assistance.
that interpretation would completely defeat the purpose of the language of the statute.
Unless you have
The
project-based
housing
vouchers.
never exists.
Unless you have project-based vouchers, in which case you would have a commitment now, presumably, or you wouldn't be here with a project. I mean, we heard Canaan Parish, they have project-based vouchers for Section 8. That was part of their presentation to us and part of their affordability plan.
Right, as the housing authority.
Correct.
Go ahead.
It would completely defeat the purpose of the statute to require that you demonstrate that you have a commitment for vouchers in advance. Project-based vouchers, by the way, are usually committed after the project is completed. That's common. So same problem with a project-based voucher as you have with a tenant-based voucher, right? I mean, there is no question that these units will be occupied by persons holding tenant-based vouchers. Absolutely no question.
In your mind, but I mean,
No,
for the
no,
commission, we have.
Not in my mind. Yes, in my mind, but not just in my mind, right? There's a letter from the Stamford Housing Authority, Charter Oak, that says what I just said, right? 500 people have ported their vouchers into Stamford from all over the place. 45 people have ported out. Not one is ported into New Canaan. And the reason is because there's no housing here that's available within the payment standard or not sufficient to allow any of the Stamford tenants to port out. 200 people have wrap vouchers, which are not subject to geographical restrictions. 200 people have wrap vouchers in Stamford. 200 people have wrap vouchers in Norwalk. 5 have wrap vouchers in New Canaan. And the 2023 analysis of impediments from DOH says it. It says it is essentially impossible to use tenant-based vouchers in majority white towns. That's what it says. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the state of Connecticut Department of Housing. Why?
Even though when the town provides the the housing availability. Like
Yeah,
we
to
did-
the
let
extent,
me finish. With Canaan Parish, where we built, the first installment of units was 60 units, the second was 40. We have a total, let me finish. You're ready to jump in. A total of 100 units, and we had problems filling them with people with vouchers. So
they filled now with tenants with vouchers?
4 years later,
Well, I can't speak to that, but I can
Stanford. So I'd recommend doing the homework on the New Canaan base of how we've built affordable housing. We've provided affordable housing and had problems filling affordable housing.
And we have a relationship with a nonprofit that controls vouchers, right? So
Talk about
Let's
that.
talk about that.
Do they really control the vouchers?
you want to?
All right. So I've read the contract between the Department of Housing and the Housing Collective, and I understand what the Coordinated Access Network is. And based on my read, I guess I'll ask the question, but I feel like I know the answer. Does the Housing Collective have the legal authority to administer, assign, or commit vouchers to units at 30 Parade Hill?
Administer, say that again. Please state it.
Administer, assign, or commit vouchers?
Commit vouchers, yes, we do.
Vouchers,
Yes.
but you don't issue vouchers.
It's like a bookkeeper
Okay.
with Demely and Associates. And if you understand the Coordinated Access Network, this was created about a decade ago when we had chaos in providing permanent supportive housing or housing the homeless. So it was creating what we call CANs. And this was both with federal statute and state statute 10, 11 years ago to create a coordinated system where we house those that are most vulnerable in our communities. There are 7 of these CANs in Connecticut, one for Fairfield County, which are coordinated through what we call Opening Doors Fairfield County, which is a collaboration or partnership of over 60 agencies here in Fairfield County. I'm the president and CEO of the Housing Collective, but I'm also known as the administrator for Opening Doors Fairfield County. So it's our role as the backbone to ensure that we house as many people as we possibly can in Connecticut. Now, I don't provide the services myself. I don't build the homes myself. And I don't, in a sense, as you say, control the vouchers. But our responsibility here is to put those 3 together, the vouchers, the units, and the services so that we can create permanent supportive housing. We've done this with over 1,000 units in Fairfield County over the last 10 years. And this has, and I can give you article studies. This has been a model for not just the state, but for the country of how we can successfully permanently house the most vulnerable folks here in Fairfield County and Connecticut. Now, I think last time, Commissioner, you said, well, Demely and Association controls the vouchers.
Correct.
They process the vouchers. They have no say on who gets the voucher or where those vouchers go. That is all dependent on the system, the coordinated access system. We're the ones that we together figure out which are the most vulnerable homeless or most vulnerable neighbors in Fairfield County. We do that collectively. We come up with a by name list. Demely has no say in that. The state has no say on it. It's the Coordinated Access Network that decides which of those individuals, neighbors, families are entitled to this very limited resource. We collectively decide that. And that's what we are the backbone of. So yes, I've been doing this for 20 years. I guarantee that's what we do and something that we've done very well. Now, the other thing, if you looked at our contract, we are obligated, part of our contract with the state is to be able to create these relationships and partnerships with landlords throughout this area. That's what we do. And that's what the MOU that we've shared here. And that's what we've done with over 1,000 units throughout Fairfield County. So what we do is create those units with landlords that are willing to set aside units for the most vulnerable neighbors. This one's the most homeless, the chronic homeless, and individuals and families in Fairfield County. And we match those to the vouchers, which we have, and the services we have. Now, yes, at the end of the day, as I described last time, it's up to each individual to decide or family decide where they want to live. Our major limitation, bar 1, 2, and 3, is the availability of units. It's why people with families now in Fairfield County with vouchers are on the streets or in shelters for over 12 months. We cannot find those units. Please, Commissioner, if there are units here, please let us know. We will absolutely. And if your units or your housing authority are open, we would certainly be delighted to work with you. Our major limitation is why we have, for the first time in a generation of families on the streets in Fairfield County, is because of the lack of housing. And I equate this to sort of musical chairs. When you have 10 families and 8 chairs, it's going to be your most vulnerable families that don't get those chairs in this place, don't get the houses. And that's why homelessness is up 40% in the last 4 years here in Fairfield County. It's why we have over 120 families on the streets throughout Western Connecticut, which we haven't had in a generation. It's the housing. If we have that obligation, that commitment of housing, we have the vouchers, and we direct them towards those landlords that are setting them aside for us.
My question is not about the needs, sir.
No. I'm telling you, but if you have them, I will fill them. And I have.
That's a different conversation, though, for a different day.
Yes.
But to answer my question, do you administer, assign, or commit vouchers? And if so, where does it say that in your contract with the Department of Housing?
I've explained to you that D'Amelia is the one that processes the vouchers.
Correct.
It's our job as the backbone to ensure that we match the vouchers to the services to the landlords. That's our job, to collectively bring everyone together. And over my 20 years of working here, that's what we've done. That's what we've done incredibly successful, not just in the urban areas, in the suburban areas throughout Fairfield County. And that's why I will guarantee you that these units, it's inconceivable that these units would go vacant.
I understand, but you're trying to guarantee something, sir, that you don't actually control.
Well, I'm saying we collectively do control this.
But your contract doesn't say you control it.
I respectively disagree.
But your contract doesn't say that. Does it?
It's a contract.
I mean, if it does, please tell me.
If we are the backbone for this system, and I'm explaining the system to you, how it works, how it functions. Our job is, I'm repeating myself, so bring those 3 things together: the services, the vouchers, and the units. That's how we create permanent supportive housing here in Fairfield County. That's what we've done. And that's what we do by having contracts with landlords or developers who are willing to set aside those units. And then we procure the vouchers. That's why we have over 1,000 vouchers in Fairfield County that go into the system. We collectively decide, not D'Amelia, not the state, how those vouchers are used or who gets those units. And then we help support those folks.
But from a legal relationship situation, D'Amelia and Associates is the administrator of the voucher program.
And has no say on who gets the voucher. No. I'm just telling you their contract. Have no say on who gets those vouchers or where those vouchers go. That is a responsibility of the coordinated access system, which I'm the backbone and the administrator of.
So does your contract say that?
It does say that we're there to bring all those things together, bring the services, bring the landlords together to create the permanent supportive housing. Yes.
So has D'Amelia and Associates made any written commitment to vouchers at 30 Parade Hill?
These are not project-based. I made that very clear from the very beginning that these are choice or wraps. So it's up to the individuals, the families, where they want to live.
Right. And that can't be committed when a project doesn't exist yet.
Those vouchers will never be committed to a project. They go with the families.
That can't be committed. The project can't claim government assistance through vouchers when it doesn't exist and the people with vouchers aren't living in it.
I'm not a lawyer. All I'm saying is those units will be filled with wraps, with services for permanent.
Has the MOU been signed since it was submitted? Because it was submitted unsigned.
I have signed it. I don't. I think.
No, we haven't signed it. We could. There's no building, so.
Understood. Is there any provision in the MOU that I missed that shows a legally binding governmental entity that will be providing vouchers to this project?
I guess I'm trying.
It's an MOU, right? So there's nothing legally binding in an MOU, but it does say that that every person or family placed in the housing will come with a voucher. I mean, that kind of is common sense, right? I mean, these people are homeless. If they could afford housing, they wouldn't be homeless. So they need a voucher to pay for their housing, and that's what the MOU says, that everyone who's placed in the landlord's housing comes with a voucher.
Let me
Will
go.
you survive Garden Homes Fund and the housing? Does it survive if the Garden Homes Fund sells to a third party? Because
Of course.
but how could it? It's a private agreement between the Housing Collective and the Garden Homes Fund. So if you sell to a third party, what commitment does the Housing Collective have to continue that relationship?
I think if the MOU doesn't say successors and assigns, it can be written to say that it does say successors and assigns. I mean, that's not a complicated thing to achieve.
I'd go a little further than Richard. It's not just, of course, those that they need it. That's why they have a voucher. That's why we were created as a coordinated access system. We don't have enough vouchers for everyone. And why we've come up with this system of triage, where it's giving those that are the most vulnerable families these vouchers. It's a limited amount of vouchers that we have. It's probably only serves 5% of those in need. That's a societal issue. We can't solve this now, but we're trying to provide these vouchers to those. But for this, they're going to be sleeping in their cars or on the streets or being over a year in a shelter. So what we do is that we triage, and those that it's a by name list for the whole county. And we go down that, and the ones when we have those, we need those three things again. We got to have the units, but then it's those that are most vulnerable, the top ones on the list. They're the ones that get the services. They're the ones that are committed to vouchers. We collectively decide that, not the state, not D'Amelia, everyone else. We, as what we have these matching meetings where we decide that we administer that by name list, which ranks everyone by their vulnerability. The first ones on this are the ones that get the vouchers and the services, and then those are directed to whatever available units that we have. And I'm repeating myself, the limiting factor is those units. And that's why you can hear me getting passionate here, but we had 12 years in a running here in Fairfield County where we were reducing the amount of homeless on the streets. It was a remarkable run. COVID changed all that. It wasn't COVID, the pandemic, it was the people moving in here, and there is no more room at the end. And that's why people with vouchers are staying on the streets in the shelters for over 12 months, because we can't find those units. We can't find units even when they have the services and vouchers.
Okay, so I know you're going to say this is not going to happen, but let's just assume it's a hypothetical question. If no voucher holder occupies a vouchered unit within a certain time period after the certificate of occupancy is issued, what remedy does any governmental entity have to correct that?
Can I answer that, or can I start on that? Commissioner, it's a very good question there, and no one wants an empty unit. And there are some places in the state where I hear about this, and there are complaints that the Department of Housing says and developers have that these because there are units that are set aside for the homeless, and that we're not getting the right the people in there time enough, and everyone's losing money. That does not happen here. And I understand that you don't think it's going to happen. I'm just asking for an answer to the question. I will give this, as if it's hypothetical. For example, even in Bridgeport, where we work with the agencies throughout the Bridgeport area, where we have over 600 units, there are less than 1% vacancy at any time. That's our business, to make sure that those units are always filled, because there's always there's the demand there. Those units, and throughout Western County, we do not have vacancies.
I understand, but what governmental entity, what specific remedy does a governmental entity have if the unit goes unfilled? That's the question. I understand you're saying it's not going to happen. I understand this is perhaps a hypothetical question. I just want to know, from a compliance and monitoring and oversight perspective, who handles that?
Aside from the loss of tax exemption, penalties, all those things that we talked about earlier, it's at minimum a zoning violation. Mm-hmm. You can go issue a cease and desist order or a notice of violation that we're not in compliance. And theoretically, in a worst case scenario, you could haul us into court. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's ever going to happen based on what you have here, but you have the panoply again under 812. If you're issuing an approval and it's based on these are assisted units, you're approving it that way. There's going to be, you have the model deed restriction, which tracks everything else. You're still left with that enforcement authority under 812 that extends to the town attorney bringing legal action.
So you're saying the town with the vouchers is the only enforcement entity?
I'm not saying it's the only, I'm saying if
that actually doesn't warm my heart. Like, I want to know that someone else is
I guess what I'm saying is that in your hypothetical, you're sort of assuming everything we're telling you is not going to happen. We're assuming it's all happened. We can't get, Mr. Rich can't get anybody to fill these units. We're having problems. They're vacant, everything else. In that scenario, assuming nothing else, and that's why I said, they're going to fill them because they don't want to lose their tax credit. Mr. Rich doesn't want to have.
Well, they're not going to be the owners anymore.
But it's going to be, we've committed to it to being operated by another nonprofit. So the issue.
Does it say that it can only be sold to another 501c3?
We had, right, I believe that was the term.
I don't know if that's somewhere formal, but I'm happy to agree with that, to that as a condition of approval, that it has to be owned by a nonprofit.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that that fixes my issue.
That in the deed.
Okay.
That's certainly the intention.
Right.
Okay.
And so I think we talked about that either in the first meeting in the initial presentation, and that's why, like, I know we said it at some point, you know, but again, so you'd have that, and that's assuming that's the complete fallback, that all of the other operational considerations of whoever the owner is jeopardizing their 501c3 status by not filling a unit or doing all those things. In that absolute worst case scenario, you still have authority. And that's what I'm saying. My point is, there's mechanisms before that are frankly probably more personal to the, and personal, I mean, to the owner or the operator of the facility, where there's consequence to that. But if nothing else, you continue to have enforcement authority.
Are you also willing to put in the deed restriction that say in the off, again, the wild chance you lose your vouchers, that it would remain 100% affordable for the 40-year period?
Absolutely. That's in the, I think that's in the sample that we provided, but if it's not clear, absolutely.
Absent, if you lose all of your governmental assistance, you will remain in 100%, or whatever the standard is to get the 26 U points that you will
absolutely
maintain. Okay.
The voucher units are restricted to 50% AMI. So that's kind of a self-reinforcing mechanism, but to the extent that there are no vouchers, the 50% AMI restriction would still be in place. And that's actually in the affordability plan.
And why did you choose AMI and not SMI, knowing that New Canaan is required under 830G to comply with SMI?
Because that's how I chose to do it. And the points worked out the same effectively.
I think they would be the same. You get different. I mean, your
50% AMI is the equivalent of 60% SMI. 60% AMI is the same as 80% SMI. I ran those calculations. Those are in the packet. Yeah.
Eric, do you have other questions?
No, I'm okay.
I think those are all my questions on the government assistance piece.
By the way, if you would like me to convert those, I'm happy to do that. If you want it to be 50%, I think 50% AMI is it's less. What I've proposed is less. So that's better.
What do you mean less than what?
50% AMI, which I've proposed, is less than 60% SMI, otherwise it wouldn't qualify. 60% SMI, I'm sorry, 60% AMI is less than 80% SMI, otherwise it wouldn't qualify for the points. Same difference.
Are you doing AMI because your IRS and 501c3 stuff, that's how that's all done? Because
that's how the revenue procedure works in AMI, yes.
Okay, so that's how you think about it, because that's how your compliance is. Understood.
Could I just give one more explanation? In my own head, it seems I obviously make the connection. I don't know if all of you do, that we get many vouchers from different areas. Some come from housing authorities, some come from the state through D'Amelia, some come through private nonprofits. Those vouchers, or what we count is over those 1,000 vouchers, are all committed to the coordinated access network and to the homeless folks. So none of those folks have any right to give those anywhere else. They have to go, and they don't have any right to give them to anyone they want who's homeless. They have to go to the system. They have to go through this by name list. That's by law, federal and state law, that they don't have the rights to operate them, those vouchers that I'm talking about, the homeless vouchers, on their own. Even though there are multiple people that you say administer them, I will say process them. Those all are the obligation and are committed to the Fairfield County Coordinated Access Network. And then those are the ones that, as I said, we go through the by name list. The most vulnerable get those vouchers first. Committed to the system and to those homeless that are within the system.
David, your contract also, you're evaluated by the Department of Housing on how successful you are at placing people in permanent housing, correct?
How successful and how quickly we get them in. And that's, yes, the federal government and the state government does that, and how long they stay in.
Am I correct to assume that when you do have a vouchered tenant in one of these units with a voucher that's been issued by D'Amelio Associates through the Coordinated Access Network that you administer, the HAP contract that goes with that tenant, that's only in effect during the time the tenant's living with you? Like whatever you have to comply with in that HAP contract with the Department of Housing is only applicable to you during the period of tenancy. I mean, that's what a tenant-based voucher is, correct?
Yeah. And then when they leave, or whatever, we put another one in. I mean, that's the point here, that with the choice vouchers.
No, I'm just looking for another governmental entity that has some hand in this project to ensure long-term affordability. And what I'm hearing is that when a tenant is in the unit, that happens through the Department of Housing enforcing the HAP contract for the tenant-based voucher. But that is a limited, I mean, you're saying it's going to be a revolving door, but I'm saying this is a limited duration for that tenancy. It's not for the life of the project necessarily. All right, I really am done this time.
I started it.
Okay. Just to add on, obviously a lot of Krista's comments and my comments are the what ifs and what could happen, and please put as much as you can into that draft restrictive deck to make us comfortable, because I think that is.
Well, but I think I agree and I disagree at the same time. The reason you need the deed restrictions is because you don't have a solid form of government assistance. Right. If you had a solid form of government assistance, you would have a contract with the Department of Housing or some other HUD. You'd have CDBG money, you'd have home money, you'd have a low-income housing tax credit, you'd have a LURA on your property. You'd have something that ensures to us that this project is going to remain affordable for the long term. And because you don't have that, you're trying to conflate two different types of affordable housing here. You're doing deed restrictions, which would be required for set aside for a project that you're claiming government assistance. And to me, the deed restriction actually underscores the weakness of their government assistance argument.
It's not in hand. This seems to be a point. It's not in hand.
Well, it doesn't
That's an interesting chain, having something in hand, and it's going to happen.
But again, I just
we
obligate,
have, but just to clarify, Mr. Chris, what do you mean in hand? The deed restriction or the tax exemption? We have the tax exemption.
You have these
vouchers are not in hand,
and it's going to happen, but it's not happening now.
But that would also be true if we had a low-income housing tax credit application too, that it's just, as I said earlier, that doesn't get awarded until after you have zoning approval. So
how do people apply for government assistance or apply using government assistance as the argument under 830G with these funding mechanisms? It doesn't make any sense logically. If you can't get the funding until after you've come to us claiming that you have funding.
When the stipulation at 830G is that you have to prove you have government assistance.
I suppose you're going to have it.
and it's frankly no different than you approve something and I still have to go to OSTA to have something approved, and there's going to be some determination. The universe, the sort of land use and development world has things that happen, but somebody has to go first. And DOH isn't awarding anything until they know it's approved. The tax credit sort of feels like the same thing, the much more routine
Never had
situation.
A tax credit project come in as government assistance. They all come in as set aside.
And that's why I'm saying
So it
West
seems like a
Hartford-
hard form of government assistance to claim for this type of project when you can't get it until after you've gotten approval for this type of project.
I would submit though that if you're looking for any government, you say in hand, you'll get a letter in hand. You won't have the money in hand until 2 or 3 or probably 4 years in the future from the government. But when you say in hand, there's nothing.
I'm just looking for a legal commitment.
There's no cash.
Council, Council, I understand where you're coming from. Your argument is not, but I think the question is, right, it's out in the future, and I understand the process, and that you got to get a land use approval, and then you have to show the state, look, we've done all this, and then they'll actually fund because they don't want to just willy-nilly throw dollars around.
Correct.
I understand that, and so that's our concern, and that's why I personally think that the deed restriction or restrictive deck, whatever you want to call it, that you've provided needs to have all those protections and assurances, because again, as Commissioner Nielsen said, you're kind of conflating these two things that have never been done before. We haven't seen how it works. So please bulk that up with all of the requests that we said today in relation to that, and then we'll take a look.
My note is, I was going to say, we have a reference about successors and assigns in the MOU, and that the deed restriction and the commitment about it being 100% affordable, and then the question about the HAP contract. But if there's anything else.
And just a minor point about the sort of the future and how this is, what we're projecting out. The case law says that to qualify as assisted housing, you have to show that it has or will receive. So
it's for construction, but not for vouchers. The voucher says is occupied.
Right.
So it's interesting to me that one of them has the present and future, and the other just has the present. And I don't know if that's an intentional or mistake, but I'm just saying it's an interesting.
No, but I think
whether it's either that's what it says, and you have to go with the language. I have to assume that people who wrote it knew what they were doing, and is or is going to are different words. Much different words. I understand you want to create a precedent. I get that. I get it. I'm not sure you have one, but.
We're not trying to create a precedent. I'm trying to build housing. I mean, there was a question, I believe it was from Commissioner Nielsen, about, well, couldn't any nonprofit go in and apply for a tax exemption for low and moderate income housing and then claim they were exempt from a moratorium? And the answer is yes, but it's never been done. And we were asked, I believe, by you, Commissioner Kriz, as to, I believe, any example around the state of assisted housing, if I have your question correct. And I could come up with one in Fairfield County since 830G was passed. I came up with one example. It's in the responses that we provided to you. So that's how infrequently this is done. And I said it in my original document. Nonprofits don't have these resources, typically can't take these kinds of risks, don't have the capital to buy land and then make an application the way that it's been done in this instance. So I don't think you have, your strategy of maintaining a moratorium is effective against set-aside developments. That's the 99% case. So I think this is the fact that it's never been done tells you how rare it is.
What never been done in rare different words.
How high people presume the standard to be. I mean, obtaining a moratorium is not nothing. I mean, this town spent $75 million last year acquiring 104 units at the Riverwood so that we could convert those back into affordable units in time. I mean, there is a true cost for this town to continue to try and maintain a moratorium. And I guess what I'm trying to assess with this application is, what is the value of the moratorium? If any developer with a 501c3 who's going to build affordable housing can come in here and bypass the moratorium, then I think we need to know that as a community so that we can make better plans for ourselves.
So,
and I think that's the point you're trying to make.
It's 100% affordable, 100% affordable. So,
sir,
it's 100% affordable. So that can't be done on a for-profit basis. Cannot be done on a for-profit basis. Has to be done with some form of government assistance or some form of private assistance, which is how we're doing it. Right.
But so you just said you're doing it with private assistance and not government assistance, because that's what you're doing. You're using government assistance as a cover, but you're actually a private foundation fund that's doing this with your own money.
But that
you could afford to do this without the government assistance.
would be true of a private company that's getting a low income housing tax credit. They're using their own money to develop.
But they also have a relationship with the Department of Housing with an ongoing land use regulatory agreement that restricts how they can use their property, how it's being complied, how it's being monitored, what the oversight is.
And what type of 830G application they can submit. They wouldn't be able to submit one like this.
It would come in as a set aside.
It would come in as a set aside.
You don't necessarily have to. If you had a
They do because they can't satisfy the criteria that you're trying to do here.
If you look back at the West Hartford Interfaith case, that was a nonprofit who was getting funds, and it was in the future. It's the same thing. If you were to have a private developer, and I can think of some, who then go in and who want to propose a deeply affordable, whether that's by income, right, whether it's by income or by number, that qualifies as assisted housing and is small enough that it meets the exemption for the moratorium. It's not saying that it has to be a nonprofit. And so the point that we have private money and governmental assistance, those two things can be true simultaneously. The statute doesn't say that it has to be exclusively funded through a governmental program. And I think that's what the questions sort of reading in, that you could never have somebody using private money in conjunction with public money or some sort of tax exemption or some sort of governmental program and qualify as assisted housing. That's where I think the premise that there's private assistance is wrong.
That's not my issue.
Okay, but you just said that Mr. Friedman admitted that there was private assistance.
No,
we have both. There is private money and governmental money.
Echoing his words back to him. I understand you're clarifying.
Yes, that there's both.
We can't make permanent supportive housing work with a continuing operating support, which comes with the services and the rental subsidies. Just building it is never enough. It takes substantial amounts of investment year in and year out to make these things actually work well for the community, the neighborhoods, and for the people that live there. So it's one thing to have the thing built. It's another to have the financing to continue to operate these as permanent supportive housing.
Understood. Would this be a viable project if there were lesser units?
No, I answered that question in the packet. It's not. First of all, it drives up the cost per unit and it cuts the rental income. And as David just said, you need rental income to support these projects, right? It's only 14 units. So if we go from 14 to 13 or 13 to 12, it makes it not viable.
It's already not viable. Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions? Yes?
You do.
Yeah.
But I don't want to, I think it's kind of late in the night to open another can of worms, so I'll just partially tear the lid back on this one. Where did you get the inspiration to designing this building this way at this location?
why did I pick this? Why did I pick this location in New Canaan? Why did I pick New Canaan? Why did I, could you, you know?
Where did the inspiration to design the building in such a manner as you designed it come from on this location in
Through our foundation, I build affordable housing in communities that I determine in my own judgment where it would be best located. So we built affordable housing in Westport was the first one. We built it in Stamford as well. And I wanted to build affordable housing in New Canaan because I think it's a great place for people to live.
Microphone on. I'm not talking about the type of housing. I'm talking about the character of the architecture of the building.
Oh. I like modern architecture, and that's how it was designed. And we've actually submitted a revised plan that I think is substantially different than what was originally proposed.
I'm looking at the renderings for the revised plan. I don't see all right. When I look at this, I actually have them side by side now. When I look at this project in New Canaan and the project you did in Westport, I think they're very similar in many ways. They use the same palette of materials, the same colors. One has peaked roofs, one has a flat roof. But they're really kind of sister and brother to each other. And when I first saw the project in Westport, I was wondering, where did the design inspiration for that project come from? Because in Westport, you have a number of very nice, lovely buildings. Roger Ferris did a few of them along the riverfront. And all of a sudden, this thing appeared. Now I'm looking at what you've done in New Canaan, which appears to me to be inspired by what you did in Westport, in a community of very small, light-colored white houses. And this project is designed with a series of different palette changes, different materials, protrusions that create shadow lines. I mean, it's really designed to be very well noticed in this place, very unlike its context, and certainly nothing like the kinds of the history and the kinds of architecture that has been built and proposed in New Canaan over the last 100 years. So I don't see a design inspiration for it. I know why you want to build it. I know the program of the building, but this doesn't seem to be grounded in anything that's around it or within this town.
Do you want to speak to this? Oh, I can. Again, Andrew Hennessy. Let me sit. I'll sit over here. I'm Andrew Hennessy, and I'm the architect for the project. The idea is to build a building that is of today, not to copy the past, not to water down your truly historic buildings in this town by creating copies or likenesses of it. I mean, this is 2026, and we should be designing buildings that look like they're from 2026, not 1906. This idea, and I run into this in every town, is that there seems to be this sense that everything should look the same. Context is the word you hear constantly. Doesn't meet the context. Context, making everything the same is, for lack of a better word, boring, uninspired, repetitive. So the initial design that we produced was a thoroughly modern design with modern materials to speak of our time. This is the legacy we're going to leave from our time here. The people who built buildings 100 years ago, they left their legacy. or 200 years ago.
Did you have the
So-
opportunity to drive around New Canaan and look at some of the new buildings and as well as
I
some
have
of the,
driven around town. I have driven through, I believe it's called Canaan Parish, which is a modern building.
did you say New Canaan Parish?
Canaan Parish, the affordable housing project. Is that the name? Am I getting the name wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I did drive through that project and take a close look at it. Again, that's a very modern project. There's a modern aesthetic about it.
I personally would rather use the word contemporary, but we can use modern. They're somewhat interchangeable. In New Canaan, there are tens, if not more, tens of houses that have been built within the last few years that are modernist contemporary houses that are really interesting, and they still fit in their context. So my question wasn't about why didn't you make this building look like older buildings around it. My question is why didn't you provide a building that had the high character of a project that has been built and is being built in New Canaan all the time?
You would have to give me some examples of what you consider. I mean, this is a very subjective thing. What you consider as a good building of character, others may not. I think what we did is very good. It's a modern design. Now, we did offer an alternative that did use more, I guess the word would be more of traditional looking materials, which is the second rendering. And we added some peaked roofs. We used clapboard, which is a smaller scale, along with red brick and shakes, and we added trim, white trim, etc. To try to I guess soften the contemporary look that we started with. Does that answer your question? I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say.
Yeah, I think it's I don't want to say some highly negative things about how I feel about this project, but obviously that's my words are pointing in that direction. I don't think it adds anything to the palette of architecture and buildings that we have in New Canaan, and not only historically, but contemporary. I don't see it having any relationship to where it is. It seems to be designed to attract a lot of attention to itself. I'm not
sure what you mean by that. Can you explain?
Every building around it is white to begin with. This building is a series of grays, tans, lighter grays. In some renderings, there are blacks involved. The windows are very standard. They're 1/1 windows, sometimes paired into. It's actually very, very similar in character to the building. Did you design the building in Westport as well?
Yeah.
It's basically a version of that building with a flat roof.
But okay.
Yeah.
I think
for me, it's extremely disappointing. I think in that, given that property and the size of the building you wanted to build, I think you could have done something that had a lot more character and a lot more visual appeal. And at the same time, worked within the context of what else was on the road. And I don't think you've achieved that here.
I think to follow Mr. Swerd, may I jump in?
Yeah, please. Are you jumping into the can that I opened?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Full head in, yeah. We as a commission over the last many years have heard many applications in this town, ranging in size and scale, from single family residences to multifamily, larger developments. We're currently listening and working on other applications similarly. And we've always said when it came to not just multifamily housing, but affordable housing, we have no opposition to development and building better in this town and having affordable housing in this town. But we hold a higher bar when it comes to overall design and contextuality of what the design has for a particular site. And I think that's one of the biggest difficulties, like Mr. Swerdlow, I'm an architect as well. And that's the thing that bothers me most about the project is the scale of the development relative to the site, relative to the neighborhood. So there's always a place for a building like this. I think the pushback that you, not just you specifically, but the applicant might be feeling is that the building is out of place, right? It's shoehorned onto a site in addition to the parking, and it's making it very, if that site were 3 times the size and had a little more breathing room and you could reposition this thing, there would probably be a lot more support for it. But right now, it's overbearing for the site, it's overbearing for the neighbors. That's,
I don't quite understand.
if a building that is, you have a building that's in a certain zone that is 4 feet from the property line, 5 feet from the property line, where others are held to a 15 or 20-foot setback, and there's space and presence for a house or a building on a site. This doesn't. This is overpowering for the site. I think that's the overall.
Well, just to answer what you're saying about overpowering, so, some large buildings actually end up looking right and small on a big footprint because of the way they're designed. Some smaller buildings look outrageous and big and large on even a larger footprint because of the way they're designed. I think the way this building is designed is calling attention to its size and to its bulk. And I mean, that's the first thing, but I just don't see, I mean, you're an architect, you look through architectural magazines, you look through competitions and the best of the year and all of that. I see nothing in this that shows any of that inspiration. This is a building that could be in Brooklyn, it could be in Westport, it could be on this site, I hope, hopefully not in this way. It just doesn't have the character that we'd like to see in New Canaan for a new building.
Well, obviously, I'm not a mind reader of what you guys like to see. You can certainly elaborate and let me know more. As far as I keep hearing that something about, that it's too large, but you should realize that, the buildings adjacent to us, particularly the one to, I believe the south is the same footprint.
Do you have the back
probably about the same height
elevation or the rear rendering of this building?
We have elevations in.
Do you have a rendering of it?
In our plan set, we have color elevations. We don't have a rendering from the.
And you think that 4-story is it's 3.5 story
in the back.
You think that scale is?
Well, it's 2.5 in the back. It's 3 in the front. I'm just saying our neighbor adjacent to us has a building that has roughly the same footprint and might be taller with the sloped roof. So I'm just saying it's not overpowering for the neighborhood.
I don't know about that.
I mean, this is, I was taking rough measurements from Google.
So
initially I made some comments about the parking, and the building to me looked more like a parking lot with a building. That's why I asked, requested that we take a look at a rendering of the parking lot with all 16 cars in it. Right. Because I think one's attention would be drawn away from the building and to the parking lot if we saw that rendering. In this rendering with 3 cars in it, 2 different sheets with 2 different material choices, you're seeing much more of the building. The building is very big, very bulky, lots of shadows, different colors, different choices of materials. It just doesn't seem to have any poetry to it, any architectural excellence to it. As an architect, that's something I'm sure you would love to strive for, but I don't think you've achieved that here.
Well, sorry you feel that way. I'm not sure how to address that, except,
I apologize for saying in such a direct way, But as an architect myself, that's my response.
So it's 11 o'clock. There may be additional discussions on this, but we're gonna need to eventually vote on this. What is our timeline looking like for this application now?
So my calculation is that we hit the 65 days on May 13th.
Uh-huh.
So we were to, unless the applicant disagrees with that calculation, so we would need to ask for an extension to go past May 13th.
So we could hear it at the next meeting? Would that be acceptable to do final discussion and vote at the next meeting?
We are fine with the extension to the next meeting, and I guess we'll sort of, if there are other questions, I mean, obviously there's some questions about that. If you're ready to vote, then understood. But we would certainly be willing to continue the hearing to the next meeting.
That would be good. I would like, you do have a list of takeaways from the earlier discussion. Mr. Swerdlow, you've got a couple of requests in terms of, an aerial and an overall larger rendering or view of the site with the parking, et cetera.
With 16 cars.
With 16 cars. I think
No, I'll take that.
I think I am concerned about the grading discussion earlier. I mean, you have from over the course of, you have less than 60 feet. You have 56 feet front to back on the parking lot, and you have a grade change of like 3.5 feet, I believe, across that. That's with a hump in the middle, and it swales off to the sides, but that's going to present very differently than the current rendering that you have from the front. So if possible, I'd like whatever's represented as renderings for this to be more accurate in terms of the site conditions that are going to be done here. From what I can tell, it looks like it's going to be built up to get to the ADA spot into the entry of the building, and that's where the swales come in. You're elevating the grade. So it'd be good to see that represented accurately. And then lastly, a better image or rendering of the rear of the building, since that will be visible to some neighbors. And if there's anything, well, how to put this? The current elevation is very flat, very, leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah. If there's anything, again, you have neighbors behind you up the hill on all sides, and it's very visible. If there's anything that can be done to address the rear elevation in addition to the front elevation, that would be a positive thing.
Right. And I think to the extent that there are comments or things that you would like to see, as Mr. Hennessy just noted, it's a little bit hard to guess if there are things, but if there are particular items or suggestions that both of you are drawing on, I mean, certainly there were some specifics about, the surrounding building color and our choice of color palette. Those are much more specific than, hey, can you do something to the back? If there is, I think what I'm trying to get to is if there are certain things that you are looking for, because obviously there's it's subjective. And so I'm not really clear, other than that one specific, there's a question about shadows.
We can't design the building for you, but we can make, no, I know. But we can make suggestions to give you some guidance on.
And that is, and as we've done with the previous elevations, we've tried to take into, hey, can you look at this? And I think we've tried to do that, apparently not to the satisfaction of at least two of you. But along that line, if there were something that, you thought was relevant or would address some of the concerns you have, we'd be happy to hear them.
I can leave you with two suggestions. One, try all white. get rid of all these palette changes and possibly material changes. Chuck, just try it. The second one is take a trip up to Grace Farm.
I'm very familiar with Grace Farms, as some of the commission members know.
No, I'm not familiar with that
Grace
project.
Farms. It's in New Canaan, not far from here. And just go and sit there for a while, and actually do some new renderings while you're there.
I think the point we're trying to make is New Canaan is a wealth of different architectural examples, ranging from classical to mid-century to ultra-modern, and a lot of inspiration to be had. And I think we as a town are just looking for that type of elevated design quality in everything we do. That's all.
One other point on this, Mr. Chairman, on the elevations, for example, you brought up. I'm quoting me in the question I posed, which is on your landscaping plan, because issues of screening have been brought up by neighbors and so forth. And I said, I'm quoting myself, need to better understand sight lines from neighbors, north, south, and behind up the hill to better understand how well the intended plant material will be providing four-season screening. Photos with plantings installed via Photoshop will be good. You didn't do it. That was the question I posed, and you had a written answer, but I didn't see any. If I missed that, I apologize.
There was
You had
definitely an
you had
updated landscaping plan.
but there's the picture. In other words, if I'm up on the hill, your neighbors above you looking down, what am I going to see? And so you have the building and you have the plant material installed, so I can say, oh, it's screening, it's not screening, it's whatever it is. Often this is done. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You're an experienced developer. It would be helpful. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words on these sorts of things.
From which angles?
All angles. There are 4 cardinal points on a compass. So from neighbors, and could be more from up the street too, but also from up and above, because different height of different plant material will have different meanings depending on your vantage point. So up the hill, you know, if you're elevated, it looks different than if you're down looking at something on a flat area. So that would be very helpful to me anyway, so I understand whether this revised plan is providing screening, and if so, what sort of screening, and maybe good screening for these people, not so good for those people. I don't know. Picture would help.
Commissioners, anything further before we close for the night?
I just had a question, Christina Larson. On the American Parks Company, you had submitted a picture of a single slide, and I had previously asked if there would be included in that landscape plan an area for children to safely have access to. You were going to designate a playground area.
I was going to say there's an area, sort of a square that's on the site plan that would be where the playscape would go. It's sort of in the back. If you're looking at the plan, it's sort of southwest.
That's on one of the recently submitted plans.
And the only access is out the front door to go for supervision to the back.
Correct.
It's on the site plan submitted under the tab supplemental materials, March 27, 26.
Oh, March 22nd.
Supplemental materials, March 27th, 26.
No, I don't have that.
My understanding is
March 27th. Got it.
My understanding is, Commissioner
But not
Chris, that
April,
the square you have behind the building is where the play area, which you do have a picture of the actual one you're intending, would go. That would be just placed on the grass as opposed to some specially formed.
It'll be on mulch.
Yeah, mulch.
On mulch.
For the record, mulch.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. I just wanted to touch on something that.
We're done with public comment earlier.
I know, but you know what? I was a little nervous.
I'm sorry, we're done with public comment. We closed it earlier. I called for all final public comment.
Please, she's a 40-year resident of this town. Just allow her 1 minute to give you.
It can be submitted into the record at any time while the public hearing's open.
The last meeting where we're supposed to update the screening trees and hopefully provide more mature screening trees that I don't believe was updated.
I think Mr. Chris just touched on that, better renderings from all angles showing the landscaping that's being proposed.
Deer resistant. I think that should be noted, the deer resistant, since we did think that there are plethora of deer in all of our backyards.
Fair enough.
We did submit an updated landscaping plan that does note deer resistant plantings, but I understand that the question is, could we get some sort of Photoshop or other rendering to match what is on the landscaping plan itself?
Is that the landscaping plan from April 20th?
That sounds like the correct date.
I have a copy of it here.
That looks like the latest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
This Commissioner Chris, I would suggest that for additional detail, 2 versions that might be useful. One is the plant material at installation, which would be obviously not mature height and then mature height. Since you're planning ahead that you can't plant it's difficult to plant a 60-foot tree, but it may grow to 60 feet. So there's a difference between the two. Would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so we're good for tonight. We'll continue to the next meeting next month.
Your regularly scheduled meeting. I said your regularly scheduled meeting in May.
Scheduled meeting.
Okay.
Which is on May 26th. So the day after Memorial Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you don't. Thank you.
We have some administrative actions to go through. The Grace Farm schedule.
On a seasonal basis, per their special permit, they submit their renting out of their courts, their basketball courts on the property to outside organizations. This is the schedule for the month of May. They will be submitting it for the full summer for next month's meeting. But so for the month of May, it's pretty standard to other similar seasons in previous years. We don't really have any issues ever with
It's been pretty.
this specific thing.
It's been pretty much the same for the last 10 years.
Yep.
Okay. Show of hands for approval. Approved, unanimous.
And just for the record, because I don't know if you could see it, Christina Larson also raised her hand. So it was unanimous.
Thank you, Christina. Zoning regulation update reminders.
So I just wanted to give everyone some date reminders. Thank you to everyone that came to the public workshop last Tuesday. It was, I think a very good meeting, good success.
For those who weren't there, I thought it was a very good turnout. We had approximately 50 people show up, separated across 4 or 5 different tables. A lot of good discussions, and everyone left there, at least the participants left there satisfied that they were heard.
I agree, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was a very constructive and positive and supportive tone from the community.
Mm-hmm.
So just some date reminders. May 12th is the next subcommittee meeting, although I do invite all commissioners to attend if available. This is, the last debrief from the public workshop before we have to have our regs ready to go for the public hearing on June 2nd.
Yep.
obviously subcommittee members have been much more involved than general commissioners. This is kind of the speak now moment for commissioners because we would like to avoid getting to the June 2nd hearing and commissioners having issues with the regulations because we're operating on that July 1 deadline.
So the meeting on the 12th is for all commissioners.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll
Zoom,
be
it's all
here?
Zoom. It's all Zoom.
It's gonna be Zoom. Okay.
Fully Zoom. And then we will edit the regulations based on that conversation. June 2nd is the public hearing.
And latest draft from BFJ will be available to everyone. How soon before that 12th date?
I will send them out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
What's the time on the
7 p.m.
both or 7?
Yep. So June 2nd in person here, full commission, public hearing. Then we potentially on June 4th, which is a Thursday, we'll have a Zoom meeting to debrief from the public hearing if it's needed. If it's not needed, we'll cancel. But if we end up with, a lot of public comment and need to make changes, we'll have to have a special meeting. And then June 23rd is our regularly scheduled meeting for the month of June. It was previously June 30th. We voted to change it 2 months ago. So just double check your calendars, make sure that got changed. That would be the vote to adopt everything because again, we're operating on that July 1 deadline of if we don't make changes to our regulations, we're making the town vulnerable to vague state statutes.
And this is commercial specific.
Commercial parking and then inclusionary zoning.
So residential gets tackled after that.
Yes.
Sarah, can I plug something when we're talking meetings?
Sure.
Guys, I probably should have given you an update before now, but it's 11:06 on a Tuesday night. I'm your representative on the town's Affordable Housing Committee, and on May 19th, we're having a public meeting at the Lapham Center to talk about some sites that we've been looking at for future affordable housing development. And we would love you to come.
What time?
June 30th.
7 p.m.
June 23rd.
May 19th, 7 p.m. Lapham Center.
And then don't forget, May 26th is our regularly scheduled meeting where we will be picking up where we left off tonight. So also don't forget that meeting, please.
Make sure you bring birthday presents. It's my birthday.
Oh, the 26th?
Yeah. Well, my wedding anniversary is the 23rd in June, so I'm gonna,
Is that our next meeting?
Yeah, that's the public hearings, June 23rd.
No, our regular scheduled meeting.
The regular schedule is 23rd, the adoption. Okay, so great. Yeah, that'll go over well.
So, I mean, one of your trustee alternates could vote for you instead.
We need everybody here though now.
No, I mean, we have 2 people absent today.
You couldn't vote on it though, right?
They have to watch the recording.
We'll get to the meeting minutes. The one other final update I have for you on our lovely 751 weed project. Subsequent to our executive session where we had an update, I provided an update on where the applicant stood with the application and where neighbors stand. Unfortunately, we're at a stalemate. And at this point, there's only 2 options. The state has rejected all appeals of the original application and remanded that original application back to us for final approval to approve the 102 units, 5 stories high, as submitted. The alternate option can move forward if it had full unanimous approval from the 9 interveners, the neighbors.
Right.
We don't have unanimous approval from the interveners. So it can't go forward unless they agree.
Unless the public pushes back.
No, yeah.
But the public would have to know about it, right? That's what we discussed last time. Is there a world where where the applicant would present again?
If there was, yes, if there was an agreement from the interveners that they were in agreement with the proposed alternate, then the applicant would come back and present it in a public meeting. Not an application, but in a public meeting.
So
but at this point,
would have to even allow them to present an alternate. Because didn't we talk about
We,
last time?
we
how is
can't,
it
we
possible
can't let them present, yes, we did, but we can't present, they can't present an alternate without the full approval of the interveners as per general counsel.
So there's a lot of people that gave money to the interveners. They have zero idea of the second option. It's not widely known.
No one knows about it.
And
Well,
so
it's
the
because it's a private negotiation.
It's a
right?
private
so the
negotiation.
That's why you talked about it in executive session.
It's up to the, if, yeah,
I know. So how do we make that? I mean,
I don't think that's our responsibility.
that's not our responsibility. We can't do that.
So the
Sorry,
applicant.
could you
would
just
have
make
to-
sure your mic's on, Megan? And just your
Make
mic's
your mic
not on. Just
The applicant would have to come forward with a separate application.
Which they can't, because if they do a new application, it forfeits the 830G approval that they already have. The applicant can do what they want,
Right. Why would they?
but at this point, the state, the court, is pushing back for us to complete, let's just call it complete the approval.
I see.
So we're not there on a meeting date yet. I can't say if there's going to be a special meeting or if it's going to fold into our regular schedule. We don't know enough about it yet, but that meeting date is coming up soon.
and your belief still is that the interveners don't want to find a solution. It's either.
I didn't say that. I think there's 9 interveners. Some of them agree, some of them don't on the compromise that's been proposed by the applicant. And there's not a full alignment there. And according to our council and according to the state, there needs to be unanimous approval by the interveners to let the alternate go forward. So we're still hopeful. You know, I'm hopeful that there's still talks going on and there's something can be reached, but at some point in the very near future, the court is going to say, we need you to vote, and we need you to vote this month. So
You ready?
that's where we're at. Last but not least, minutes from last month. Anybody have any changes or amendments to the minutes? This
Can I
is,
just ask, has an intervener party ever broken apart? Like what happens to like why haven't they split? Like the people who are trying to compromise.
I don't know. I don't know if that's happened.
I don't know if you can lose party status once a judge
Right,
has
that's what I
given it to you. I think that's, the court has determined that they have party status, so.
I don't know why you want to lose it.
Yeah. So,
Well, I just mean others kicking people out quicker.
huh? The what?
I don't think
mean
they
giving
have-
up my thing. If I were the intervener or one of the willing to compromise interveners, I would try to kick out the non-willing interveners, but
They all have a say in it.
right.
And they all have a stake, which I can fully respect.
Right.
So it's a very tough situation for them as well. So that's the latest there. No big solution. Last but not least, meeting minutes from the Tuesday, March 31st. That was the regular meeting. And then we had the special meeting on April 9th. Any modifications or changes to either of those meeting minutes? No. Show of hands to approve. Unanimous. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.